Hey guys, sorry I was. Good morning, everybody. How are y'all doing today? I'm back. What's up, Dork? How you doing, man? Looks like I can wait a bit on that. Not too long. VIX is up a tiny bit. When GME 15? Well, I'd imagine this morning will have a bit of short capitulation. That was an awfully hard drop overnight, so let's see where we end up after puts close. I heard a similar quote: never attribute to malice that which can be attributed to unintentionality. That's not a real quote. Hanlon's razor is a real quote. What you said is bullshit. Why do you hate those charts and Discord? What? Oh, trading vol? They have a lot of issues. most like gamma services do. Either they don't calculate a sufficient number of contracts to get a broad enough sample size, or they make far too many assumptions about bought and sold, which are usually incorrect. Why is the gamma chart flipped? I don't get it. What don't you get? Never attribute to stupidity to those who are maliciously incompetent at remembering quotes. So you do read the Daily DD, Popcorn Trader. Busted. I heard you in my head yesterday as I bought some DGen calls for earnings. I also bought some puts that ended up making it hurt a lot less. Nice. I got a quote. RC is an idiot. Oh, Brett. Nice. You didn't have to sign it. Thanks, Batty McBadface. It's fun to make light of things. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott. You're messing with me on this Daily DD nonsense. No, I caught you. So you do know how to read. It's... Has everything been a lie? What about the goats? Never trust a man with a rat dog. Chat should be in a good mood with all the CCs sold, no? You'd be surprised. Sprinkling sugar and powder mixture on my new coworker's desk. You want to make sure you don't use the sweet and low. It's too grainy. You want to use like the Splenda. I'm betting on Rev to fix my GME losses. Nice. Yeah, that's gonna be. Did you buy bonds? Are you a current shareholder in the private equity? I've been reading since I was 15. I I've never felt so betrayed. Why did we have all those late night? Why are you paying for Hooked on Phonics? Arthur, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. Splenda floats when making Kool-Aid. I wouldn't know. I make my Kool-Aid with sugar. If you complained about selling CCs and they were underwater, don't squander this opportunity. Buy that shit back before it's too late. Too late for what? To sell more? I've been teaching people to read. I've got open options and can barely comprehend the numbers. Quarter 2 earnings prediction, RC live streams, setting a board member on fire, tattoos, no forward guidance on his face, and eats a live bird. What kind of straddle should I open for this? I don't know if you'd need a straddle if he does that. Random, hey Gherk, instead of taking the 50k profit I made before earnings, I decided to diamond hand the shares, and now I'm looking at a 60k loss. Jesus. How long did it the first time you dealt with a loss to process this? I haven't realized these losses yet in hopes of a turnaround. The ratio of your losses doesn't make a lot of sense, but I mean, you take them in stride. If you can reduce the severity of the loss, that's the first goal. Beyond that, I mean, you could attempt to improve the situation, but I would definitely be looking towards attempting to reduce the loss as much as possible. It's easy to make more money, but don't lose it. It's hard. That makes it harder to make more money. Uh, I don't think we're getting anything just yet for. Hold on. Yeah, I would wait a little bit. Let's see what positioning is looking like. Very similar setup to yesterday. 4280 calls, except this time far put heavier from 4275 down. There's a call wall at 4255. And then, you know, more puts at 4250, 4245, 4240 below that. Net gamma is starting to fall off. No overnight gap. So, and VIX is moving up a little bit. Beautiful chicken tender daddy, as always. Was that a brief bounce from the capitulation for Jamie? More downs ahead? Possible. There was definitely some profit taking on puts. Um, let's see. Yeah, arbitrage is about normalized. Maybe a little negative now. So pulling back kind of hard, actually. Um, Looks like liquidity was continued to be realized there, and now it's, yeah, starting to draw back a little bit. And Q clawing back a few points from overnight. Russell and Dow down today. I think NQ is gonna slip. Mm. All right, VIX holding above 14. Gamma still negative. Okay. So yeah, it looks like we don't really have to worry about the call interest till we get above like 4280. Um there's a little bit at 4270, 75, but it's outweighed by the put interest. There's some resistance on the call side at 4255 to the downside, but not a lot. I think it's pretty significantly outweighed by the put interest right now. Nasdaq looks like it's having a kind of a hard time holding on to its little bounce here. Forming a head and shoulders on the hourly on NQ. Quite a defined one. I think we have some bill auctions coming up, and we have wholesale inventories in 9 minutes. Missed the GME earnings stream. What's the new range on GME? I heard RC ate human flesh or something. No, the reports of that are wildly overblown. I mean, earnings kind of met expectations. Revenues were down. EPS was a beat or a miss, depending on if you look at GAAP or non-GAAP. Cash flows were pretty flat, but mostly due to inventory purchases. So without those, they would have been positive. I don't think the financials were bad, but obviously the sentiment surrounding a firing of the CEO isn't great. Liquidity was realized to the downside, which means selling. Probably institutions that bought on the promise of multiple profitable quarters bailing. That'll unlock some liquidity to short today. So I think if we get a market downturn, may not even need one. We're probably liquid enough to start dropping after any put capitulation occurs this morning. That's on the unemployment data. I already wrote about it in the daily. Never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by an investor panic selling their stocks because they mistook a Twitter comment for professional financial advice. With the initial claims moving higher, I think the big boys are starting to think a pause is actually in the cards and are starting to move into bonds. We're getting some of that anyway, right? Because they want to be there for when Yellen drives bond prices up. Well, yields up, which will then drive bond prices up. So DCAing into like positions now is beneficial for anybody trading the bonds, right? What do you think the Fed is doing in case foreign central banks are raising rates and already discussing a recession? Is the Fed then still in a position to skip? I mean, they can skip if they want to, but it'll just mean that they'll have to choose a more aggressive route later, right? And then, you know, a skip is going to create uncertainty and drive people probably into bonds because if the Fed doesn't increase rates any further, that'll be the peak for yields, right? RC's master plan is to bring the stock to zero so you can buy in one last time and all moon together. Well, those should already be announced for next week, Marpo. As far as I know, all of those were announced for next week already. Today we have the 4 and 8 week. But they can announce them at any time. Usually a couple of days in advance, like 2, but they can plug in emergency ones if they need to. QQQ data problems, same thing as SPY last week around the same time. I don't know. I didn't notice any. For long, so well, I'll feed us in goodbye. All right, fucking well done, Wessels. Well done. What's up, Claw Rage? How you doing, man? SS should get a medal for their mental gymnastics. Yeah, they really don't like to take shit at face value. What type of market landscape are VIX calls a smart play? How much theta is too much for them? Thanks. I don't actually think that there is a too much theta for VIX calls. The risk of VIX calls is in how it's priced. Um, VIX can slide for months at a time. So having more theta can be very advantageous. The problem is finding a bottom and a top because it's literally a measure of options interest on SPX, right? And that can be fleeting. So it doesn't follow technicals. It doesn't have trends per se. And it only targets options interest within a specific window, and that window can be ignored by participants in order to keep the price low. I don't know. I'm looking at SPY. Is it having is it like issues with like NBBO again? Oil's starting to slip a little bit. So you somebody who's lost a lot of money on the VIX, beware. Yeah. VIX is a better hedging tool than it is a betting tool. Taking things at face value is tough when you avoid other people and mirrors. Fair enough. For old time's sake, can you whisper bearish things into the mic? Bearish things. I hope everyone enjoying that fresh Canadian air. Yeah, that's beautiful. Super crisp. How much faith should one put in forecast of improved financial results? Ray Carvana, Danka. Carvana's entire business model is fucked, and they're sitting on an inventory that they bought at, 2 times the going rate. Meanwhile, used car prices are continuing to slide rapidly. So it'll I think they only get worse. Thoughts on continued downside on Nvidia today? Could. It slid quite a bit yesterday. I would expect there to be at least, at a minimum, some pullbacks of sold calls. So be aware of any bounce that can be attributed to that. Because people with sold calls are going to want to, close them and sell them lower. So the peeling back of those can drive prices up briefly. We entered a short position on the Canadian maple syrup industry. Should I just short their entire economy? Well, that's not fair. They have oil too. Baba Yaga is always watching. What's up, Kendra? How do you handle your straddle calls on days like today? Keeping the short floating leg open based on prevailing market conditions makes sense, but holding the call open seems silly. Yeah, that's a decision that you can make. I'm straddled at 42.65, so I haven't really made a decision yet. There's potential for us to move on a bounce up to about 42.80. If we fail below 42.60, I'll probably cut the call side. I want to use this 2-year membership platform to say rip Iron Sheik. Oh no, did he die? I'm not entirely sure who he is. He was like a wrestler or something, right? How do you handle your straddle calls? Yeah, I usually look for before cutting a leg, I'll look for a break and a key resistance. I also usually buy enough theta that I can wait them out. If you don't have a lot of theta, then you need to be a little more aggressive in closing them. Is this thesis for 4,000 at the end of quarter two still on track? Or are these zero DTE pumps changing that? Um, the zero DTE pumps could change that. We'll have to see if we get a continuation of downside after we fail gamma neutral. Is my equity in my vehicles going to be okay? No. Oh man, that's a good stream card. Holy shit. Thanks to Pigeon Teeth. He made it a long time ago. Today was the most fitting day. Do you see a push at 4240 possible today? Yeah, it is. There's definitely a big accumulation of put interest. Uh, Not only in the pre-market this morning, but still kind of continuing. What do wholesale inventories look like? Um, -1%. So wholesale inventory is a little bit decreased over the prior month. Not as good as they were in Feb, but decent. -0.1. So inventories are, well, I guess, accumulating a little bit, but still negative. So still some demand, just a little less. Not as little as predicted, but I don't think it's going to have a big effect on the market if it hasn't already. FFF. Okay, you said yesterday you expected them to push and get the rest of those 4300s today. Is that possible? They're gone now. As far as I can tell, they closed them in the either in after hours or in the pre-market. They weren't on the chain this morning. Gurk hearing that a wrestler that he may or may not know dying and expressing more emotion than anyone else's misfortune announced in chat. Secret Moonlight Gork Pickle themed luchador confirmed. No. Thanks. Mine are for 616, so I can wait, but I'm trying to maximize profitability on an exit. Okay. Yeah, then you're gonna want to look for key resistance levels and supports, and if we don't break either of those, 4275 up or 4260 down, you can probably wait out bigger moves. Like we're moving up a little bit now. So, maybe we'll test that 4275 upper range, and that I'm probably going to be looking around there for an exit on mine or on the long side of mine. And maybe I mean I'll put a stop and then see if it moves up to 4280. If it fails there, then I'll get stopped out of the call side, and that'll leave the short leg floating or the put leg. What flavor of juice are you rocking? It's always the same. It's like mint. This one's like fucking wintergreen or some shit. Is there an easy place to find expected volatility ranges for earnings? I don't know. Maybe? Not that I know of. Dude, the air quality's awful. I think it's like 185 something, whatever fucking scale they use. That's on ADBE. They're going all in on updating their software with AI enabled tech. More room for upside in the short term. Um, ADBE. Oh, Adobe. Dude, that's like a big capex expenditure for them, right? I don't know. They don't look so hot. Yesterday wasn't good for them. I think I'm not really sure how much value there is in that. Generative AI with like Photoshop and stuff. Probably in time, but yeah, I don't have a lot of faith in AI creating any actual value in the short term. And from a technical perspective, it's at resistance and it looks like it's being rejected. It's not confirmed, but rejected nonetheless. I saw an advertisement for AMD products yesterday. Full port calls. How long does a massive company turnaround take? 2 years tops. Yeah, generally speaking, it's considered successful in 2 years. The longer it takes beyond that, the less successful it's considered. The the rate of failure if a 2 year turnaround fails between 2 and 3 years goes up quite a bit. I saw a graphic displaying that short positioning on the market is the highest it's been since 2007. So either we actually get a full correction or a huge melt up if they close. Thoughts on this? Yeah. Leverage traders are taking very big short positions on futures, but fund managers are still mostly long. Yeah, we'll see who gives up the ground. Obviously, if the short position were to capitulate, that could lead to a lot of upside. Breaking minutes before earnings release, Furlong asked Cohen to get his mangy mutt out of the boardroom. He was referring to Cohen's wife. Rough. When does Juice Caboose do her thing? Do her thing today. 11:30. Popcorn. Just tuning in. What Flo says? I mean, put positioning's fairly strong right now. We're moderately close to the call positioning here on the upside, but there's a there's a little ways to go. We would want to see a break of 42.80 to confirm additional upside. Looks like we're rejected off of 42.75 here. A small recovery into another test, but also as far as the cot shit goes, and the positions on ES futures, remember that those short positions have already held through the pain trade. Those positions have been extremely short for like a month and a half now, and they haven't gone anywhere. So I think if they were going to capitulate, they would have. Does New York City ever have good air quality? I mean, it's usually not very bad. Like New York City doesn't have a lot of smog. It's an island. Well, Manhattan's an island. The rest of it kind of is too. Not the Bronx. AI seem like blockchain fad. Feels a lot like it, yeah. I have like 6 air purifiers. They're they're getting fucking wrecked. Can you send us a live look at your air quality view from your apartment? And I swear I won't send it to 4chan to Shia LaBeouf you. I promise. Hmm. Sounds suspicious. For the person looking for earnings information, I think ORATS has that kind of info available. Okay, thanks, Checkmate Rob. They're already quite nice AI driven photo editing software. Quite nice for changing out the sky and similar with little work. Yeah, Intel's been doing a lot of that, right? I was talking to Wirt. He works in like graphic design or something like that. And he was kind of talking about how good the Intel software was. I was thinking it might keep going to 460. I mean, it could, but you need to wait and see if like right now, the trend, like the uptrend is failing. So if it's going to continue that, right, you're taking a big risk on entry here. I guess if you have a tight stop, you don't really have to worry about it. At least risk is really well defined, but there is definitely some risk in taking a position there. Jamie already going on 3 years. Well, I mean, they're at the 2 year mark. They were profitable, so that's considered a successful turnaround. They'll be break even in 2 more quarters probably if they continue the rate of SG&A reduction that we've already seen. The problem is they have no way of increasing their revenues, and they don't apparently have any ideas for doing that. Did you cut your 4100 616s or waiting till the end of the week? I haven't. I haven't cut them at all. 616 $20 Jimmy too greedy? Um, it's not super greedy, but don't forget that we have the shareholder meeting coming up. Is there a really funny ticker symbol? I want to throw money at something novel. There's several of them, which I can't think of off the top of my head. No one drives in New York City. Too much traffic prevents the smog. All of the smog is exported to Jersey. That's accurate. I've been to City Island in the Bronx, yeah. That's my thought too. I guess my only concern is that some kind of actual bullish data could start to pressure them and they move back over 4300. Or are we too close to that level for my we're too close to that level for my liking. Well, remember that above 4300 almost everything's sold. Use the IQ air purifiers. Do you replace filter lights? Do you replace filter lights come on way too often? No. Is that like the big hospital one? I have one of those in my hallway, like for the living room. I've never had the air purifier light come on, like the filter light come on, actually. I thought it was broken. Maybe it is. The year is 2025. RC is deported back to Canada in retaliation for the wildfire smoke deaths. Furlong returns to run the board and moves GameStop to an online retailer. Stock hits 420. Thoughts on bear call spreads on MVIS? Ivy's looking juicy like Sava when it runs. Yeah, that's always an option. Just make sure you time the top or sell enough theta. All I've heard all day on the internet is today's gonna be mega green day, and the internet never lies. It could be. I guess we'll see what the auctions do in about an hour. I mean, oil's starting to droop a little bit, so that's weighing down on ES. Dow's starting to move again. So we may start to see NQ. Yeah, we may start to see NQ fail. We'll see. Like a little bit of pump here, and we're probably going to see more of that sector shift that we were seeing yesterday. All right, so I don't remember who was asking, but I'm now stopped out of the long side of my straddle. Interesting. Which way is that gonna break? Hmm. Hold on, I'm trying to. So net gamma is moving a little positive here. There may still be a little more room to the upside. I don't know if we're gonna get the 4280 test, but we're very close. Futures tested 4280, and got rejected a little bit there, but not with a lot of volume. Also, futures seems to be picking up some volatility. I guess we'll see how much sell side interest there is. Here in a minute. We definitely have like a megaphone going here. Hmm. Let me see if any short puts have been pulling back. Okay. All of New York City is located on islands, except for the Bronx, which is a peninsula. I mean, that's kind of what I said. I mean, they still missed Victor, but yeah, I mean, ousting your CEO is not generally something that inspires confidence in investors. How does that not make sense to you? GME should create a VR petting zoo for inner city children. Okay. They need better product selection with a better website. That probably would help. With downside liquidity realized is the chance of a June OPEX decrease. I mean, yeah. I guess we'll see how much liquidity they use up between now and then. Lots of puts at 50, 45, 40. On what? Oh, on SPX? Yeah, I know. They're still kind of far out of the money, though. They're far closer to testing 4280. So, with both GME and the world currently going down in a blaze of glory, I'd like to request that you release your family's eggplant parm recipe for public use before this hellscape gets worse. It'll die with me. It's years they haven't figured out adding a simple wish list to the site. Great news, Girk. I bought options as a strategic investment. Any tips as I go through my reading journey? If you find it insufferably boring, use it as a reference and while you practice like paper trading. You think the pumpers pushing VIX down has gotten to the point where someone blows them up? VIX sub 14 is bonkers. Yeah, it's kind of fucking ridiculous. They have to sell puts very close to the money, so they're increasing their risk exponentially the longer they keep this up. I ordered a new $200 keyboard from GameStop. It came in a GameStop bag with 3/4 of the keys fallen off and rattling around the box. It looks like I won't be shopping there for long. Ha! Do you think Jimmy needs tokens with some fungibility? For the record, I only selfishly want the eggplant parm recipe for myself. The hell with everyone else. Okay, noted. JJG halted for anyone else. Yeah, the floods in Ukraine are are probably going to fuck up crop yields pretty bad. Russia blew up like a dam or some shit, some big dam, and flooded an entire region of Ukraine. Interesting. So SPY and QQQ are a little bit more bearish at the money than SPX is. We're at that same fucking level that we held all day yesterday. Okay. Well, that kind of looks like it's starting to fail. Russell down 96 BPS, 97. Dow up 20. NQ up 57. ES up 15, 14. VIX not down as much today, though. Only down 14 basis points. Jimmy firing their CEO gives me all the confidence in the company. RC is about to be a little menace tyrant over there, just getting results. Kind of like Terry Tate, except white and Canadian. I mean, hasn't he already, like, everyone who's spoken from inside the company has said he's already been the CEO and no, like, in everything but title this entire time, right? And the results have still been unimpressive, right? So him scapegoating Furlong because of a, quarterly profit miss doesn't doesn't exactly speak volumes about, the future direction of the company now that he's officially the CEO, right? 2.5 years down the line, and people still think Cohen's some kind of genius with a master plan when he's failed to deliver anything extraordinary in that time. Yeah. If someone does not plan on using options, buy and hold GME is a losing endgame. I mean, they still have a bunch of money they haven't done anything with. GME CCs won't be worth much for a while again. I mean, how bad is the vol crush? It wasn't that bad this morning. That's pretty bad. Yeah. That seems accurate. Got into arguments on SS about Furlong going to be the CEO of GME America Teddy, and he wasn't really fired, he resigned. Their copium is next level. Yeah. Well, I mean, it has been, right? For 2 years, they just, every time anything bad happens, they make up excuses for it. Like, the DRS numbers aren't real, guys. Don't worry. Or, Cohen totally didn't mock the CEO that he just fired on Twitter. Yeah, mocking himself in the process. Because he did handpick him. You were correct, Fluffy. We're going to 4290. Fuck my life. Well, not unless we break 4280. I even spent time there. I stopped after getting all my comments hidden due to downvoting without any substantive discussion. Yeah, it's a silly place. RC is not CEO, he's executive chairman. Oh, shove it up your ass, OG. That means he's the executive leader and chairman of the board. So he's chairman, but now an employee of the company as well. GME made an NFT marketplace. How much money is that bringing in again? Not enough. You have to be a fool to think RC mocked Furlong. He's still on the play. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, and they're totally going to save those Bobby bag holders any day now. The guy with the space helmet went full coat mode, like a light switch went off. It was amazing to watch. That was a pretty funny video. The best explanation about Furlong being let go was sometimes CEOs are hired to accomplish a certain task with their skill set and move on. Yeah, you totally hire CEOs with a 2-year contract and vested shares to fire them before their full term is complete because you only hired them for one thing. That's a totally normal business practice. It doesn't look bad to investors at all. Kirk, is RC playing AT chess and really just secretly squeezing the shorts with this move? He's definitely invited more of them on board. I got banned from Supersonic after pointing out all of the DRS posts was forum sliding, which they'd already made posts about to just consolidate all of the DRS posts. The bots didn't want that. I'm not bearish. I mean, I still own the company. I'm still long GameStop. I'm just realistic. If you can't be realistic about your investment, you shouldn't be investing. I need SPY below 425 to get out of these underwater puts. You're an idiot. Are the shorts going to come back in and drill GME? They might. They have a little bit of liquidity right now. Marantz Rants is the space helmet guy? Oh, really? I didn't know that. That guy's a moron. Kirk, that is not normal business practice. Yeah, I know. I was being sarcastic, poopy pants. What the heck is Teddy? Oh, Ryan Cohen's children's book on investing. It's normal. Oh, thank God. I was getting worried. Thanks, Gurk. No problem. Oops, I lost my premium again. I know I'm not the only person who's ready to play Jan 35 GMERQ calls. GME's not going out of business. That's ridiculous. Why am I an idiot? You're complaining about like August expiry puts in the beginning of June, and you're fucking $2.50 out of the money. Is there a price you'd buy more GME now? Yeah, I mean it's pretty similar to the price I would have bought more GME before. Like $5, $4. 40 chess? At this point, I don't think RC is even playing tic-tac-toe effectively. But for real, you should de-risk your GME position entirely. Why? I still get yields. I'm already up on the cover calls I sold this morning. Like, a shocking amount. They're really shorting the fuck out of volatility. No, I'm 750 out of the money. I was talking about my cost basis at break even. Thanks to the hopium, though. It's not hopium. You have like 3 fucking months on the contracts. You know what else gets yields from a risk perspective? Yeah, what do you think it is? Russians are shelling the flooded part of Kherson where rescue services and volunteers work right now. Doesn't shooting artillery shells into floodwaters kind of defeat the purpose of the artillery shells? Like it's a big boom, but the water is gonna kind of lessen the impact of those booms. That's a inefficient use of explosives. What are you, a scientist now? No. Not if they're airburst. Okay, fair. Aren't aren't airburst artillery shells banned under the Geneva Convention? Not that Russia gives a shit, but Morantz is holding the Jamie narrative line. He's a used Mazda car salesman. Who gives a fuck? High speed of shell hitting water makes them explode. Okay. Cluster bombing's banned, but Russia does that all the time. Yeah, they also have been using like white phosphorus too, right? I prefer Starburst artillery shells. Only $3 more. We shouldn't laugh about this. This isn't funny. They're killing aid workers. I mean, it's fucked up. Can I please get out of this? I don't think we could get this far before June 16th. I didn't even know which religion. Well, pick an obscure one, at least. Why would the chocolate store at the mall, what? Have a convention about war? I don't know what you're talking about. Morantz is someone else. They're both morons. If they do another 1 to 2 day 0 DTE pump, does the VIX go sub 12? I mean, it would have to. Maybe, well, sub 13. Are Greeks dead due to the massive drop? I mean, Delta Neutral is probably going to move. Actually, yeah, they're all probably going to move quite a bit by tonight. Chocolatiers, bad joke. Okay, I get it. Are my 220 puts for Tesla screwed this week? I don't know. Do they expire this week? Are we going to 4250 today? I see you've snuck back in here, Hazy. Possibly. I don't see any of the put positions capitulating just yet. Calls are leeching off on the upside tests, so I guess we'll see how it goes. If they keep buying at 4280 to 4290, we could move up and retest. Well, at least that level. I really don't think we'll retest 4300 here, though. What time is that? 10:40? Okay, so it was 4 minutes ago. Still short of 4280 though. $275. Puts being sold where? Steve. Lost one of the credit cards yesterday. Got everything sorted out and rejoined Tillionaires. Also been trimming back half of the GME cost basis since being here. Thanks to you, man. Thanks, Steve. I don't know why that got censored, but thanks, dude. Hey, Gert Gang, it's Bear with your daily reminder to please get your man or lady scaping done on company time. Boss makes $1, we make a nickel. Please remember, shave that pickle. This is your thing now? You called it Pickle Man. Now, please, for the sake of our meager muni bonds, should we pivot or do we pause? Oh, Jesus. Pivot, crash this bitch. I have a buddy who isn't in Pickle Jar, and he is wanting to try to sell cover calls on GME for the first time. They just lost a lot of value selling because of the liquidity, right? Or more because of price drop. Wait, what? What? What the fuck are you talking about? Is this the beginning of the unusual shenanigans? 4290 incoming, then flat, dip to 4270, and pump end of day. I think they're going to try to hold this level through the rest of the week. But don't forget Charms eating away at the sold puts for 616 that are beneath us. Is he talking about IV Crush? Why did he phrase it that way? Are you okay, Subway Cup? You hate Tesla, but isn't their car quality superior? No, they have one of like the most unreliable vehicles that anybody makes. Adoption of EVs is cyclical. Seems competition doesn't really affect them negatively. Yes, it does. Are you trying to say that usage of their supercharger network is equivalent to selling vehicles? Hard rejection from 4280. We'll see. I think that depends on futures here. Futures is already starting to push a little higher than yesterday, which I'm not a big fan of, but on low volume, so could still fail. Futures tested like 4284.75 here. But how hard? So that's the question. That kind of looks bearish as fuck, but does that just mean we're going to fail tomorrow? SPX. Okay. Call profitability slid another 7% today. Not as big a drop as yesterday, though. Hold on one second. I want to see some things. Okay, so a decent amount of 4300s bought back here. Or sold. Maybe sold. Huh. What the fuck are those? Jesus. Yeah, they're selling puts like all the way up to 42.70. That's fucking crazy. Is this a bad time for him to start selling covered calls? Or rather, is the return not as lucrative because of newfound liquidity? I mean, the liquidity doesn't have an effect on the return of the covered calls. It's not as lucrative because IV crashed. It's not a terrible time to sell covered calls. I mean, there's nothing really happening for like another week at least, and we're approaching SLD. So, um, SLD and the Fed meeting. So there's a lot of like potential downside on the markets over the next like week and a half. We also have like Yellen issuing securities, so that could create a negative drag on GME as well. In addition to the liquidity found overnight, so yeah, it's not a terrible time to sell covered calls. I sold a bunch this morning. There's little industries around fixing brand new Tesla issues with doors, windows, waterproofing buttons, etc. Gamma Max on Tesla, I think it's like 40 or 230 something. $241.30. Dropped $5 from yesterday. Only a $5 difference between SPX and futures. Yeah, this tightened over time, OG. The closer we get to the roll, the closer the pricing gets. Futures are down at 42.62 in after hours. It'd be nice to see that intraday, but it already happened after hours. What is that? Is that NASDAQ? Russell? Oh, okay, it's Russell. Interesting. Oil down 60 BPS today. Ooh, gold's moving up again. Gold and silver. Yields are getting hammered pretty hard this morning, too. Jump into Treasury at 11? We'll see. The auction starts at 11. Expecting a small IV bump with shareholders next week. There could be some, yeah. Man, that's so tight. That has to explode at some point. What? Are you talking about the... That's... They contract as you approach the roll date because we're getting closer to the move to the next contract in front. 60 Chinese aircraft harassed Taiwan yesterday, 37 of which entered their air defense, 7 of which are nuclear capable aircraft. Imagine selling puts at 4270 right now. I mean, I don't think China's attacking Taiwan right now. I was worried VIX would not get crapped on today. Thank God I was wrong. I just want J-Pow and Juice Caboose to get together and sing Tom Petty's Free Fallin' when this market starts going down. We know Powell is a mean guitar player, and I'm sure Yellen has the voice of an angel. I don't want to see... Well, I do kind of want to see Powell play guitar. Upwards price target for BTU the next month or so. I don't have a monthly price target for BTU. Load Warrior, gun to your head, force you to make a call regarding the path and range of the market for the rest of the year. Would you say, given current economic conditions and market sentiment, I would say that we could probably approach a PE of like 16 to 18 on the S&P by December. Especially if the Fed fucks up this month. Anecdotal, but we love our Model Y. One issue the first 6 months. It's been great since. Not fit finish issues with ours. Hopefully there are better options when we go to replace though. Alright. You think they would be propping the price into Tuesday on purpose? I.e. next SLD drop will be the last one at this level for quite some time. I mean, they're definitely propping the prices on purpose. It's not an accident. When do you think we'll see a spike in VIX again? Crossing 15 maybe? I don't when they stop selling puts. I have 4 CSP at 22. Do you think we could rise above that by Friday? If I'm totally underwater, I may roll. 4 CSP at 22. Do you think we'll rise above that by Friday? I mean, it doesn't look very promising right now. I was looking at Yang's puts call skew, and it looked like for July, it was over 10 to 1 on the call side. Yeah, not a lot of people bullish on China right now. Comment was Ray the 4270 sold puts you mentioned. Oh, okay. Good morning, ending. One of which was just a dude that was lost. Oh. Morning, Sisyphus. The Fed's gonna fuck it up. Probably. Yeah, that's usually what the Fed does. As someone who's lived and worked in China, this constant fear of war with Taiwan from America is ridiculous. China will wait them out and not risk war to avoid becoming an international pariah. Yeah, I don't think China is attacking Taiwan anytime soon. It's fun to talk about, but very unlikely to happen. How far are the majority of sold puts dated? Most of them are at like 616, but there's a decent number of them at 721. What do you see as the catalyst that will end this clown facade of selling puts and pumping the market? Well, they keep selling puts, but they're not. They kind of stopped pumping the market a few days ago, right? This is just everybody front weighting all their experiences based on the last candle. It's pretty common in here. If you're not used to it already, you'll get more used to it. I stepped away for a bit and we pumped past 4280. Where's the next level of resistance? 4295. We could still fail 4280, technically. VIX negative by end of day. So market's gonna rip forever. Sure, man. You should, if you think that, you should buy leaps on SPX. Cork, this stream is about well-timed clever remarks, well-timed unclever, and non sequiturs. You need to go back to making delicious coffees that take forever but allow you to speed read. I have coffee. Let's see what the bills look like, I guess. Results aren't in. And we got 25 more minutes. Yo, dog, if you're a big institution and you've got the balls to sell puts at 4270, then surely you must know beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can keep the market well above them, right, Girk? I mean, they didn't keep the market above them this morning. Yellen reopened 65 billy and 3-month T-bills for Monday. Oh, okay. I had an email stating I have to go to a meeting in Huntsville, Alabama next week. What mean? I don't know. Do you frequently go to Alabama? Propping it to front run the downs, yeah. Yang played dead. I mean, I sold most of it off yesterday. Um, when it was up. I haven't even looked at it today. Looks like it spiked at market open. It's going down since. So inflation came in down year over year, month over month. PPI came in down. Next data point is Monday for Yang, which is going to be their total social financing, outstanding loan growth, new yuan loans, vehicle sales, and M2 money supply. Although I still think Yang's still up from Tuesday, right? Yeah. Well, about even, but a little bit up. If you don't want to play more macro data, you can cut it. Treasury announced sizes for next week's auctions. Oh, okay. What do we got? Oh, okay. So 65, 58, 38, 45, 40, 32, and 18. Damn it. Uh, so 296 billion dollars between the 12th and the 13th. $525 billion from 6/2 to 6/13. Well, they got 179, right? So it's 475 total. So for, well, not counting today's. Depends what they get at auction today, right? Those just started. But that extra 110 billion. My 630 spy puts are all down 60% and $10 out of the money. Played intraday to hedge, but should have sold puts against them. Now thinking of giving them a last week to play out. Dumb or might work. Could work. How are things looking on QQQ? My underwater SQQQ share position from last SLD. Thanks you. Why the fuck? I don't know. Why would you hold a leverage ETF over time? Okay, Greg, this has been the worst treasury auction maybe in the history of Caboose's auction. It's not over for 18 minutes. Just fucking, and yeah. What makes you feel like we're going to gamma neutral on SPX by Tuesday? Oh, because they need VIX to go up, and if they want to pump it higher at any point, they're gonna need VIX to go up. There's no like long call buyers coming in and supporting the price action they're creating. So ultimately, this fails, and it started to fail a little bit yesterday. It's not like things have gotten more bullish today. They're just selling a lot of fucking puts and buying more zero DTEs. But it's not like we're rocketing up hundreds of basis points on the action, right? Read the prospectus of leverage instruments. It'll literally tell you they're meant to be intraday vehicles. 85% close same day as they open. Yep. We got July 7, 4,200, 4,160 puts, down like 60%. It is what it is. We've also got a lot of time. And mostly they're down because you bought them when VIX was higher. Yeah, till the 7th. You could consider rolling. SPX chart barcoding. Yeah, they're running out of momentum. Is there an end game to this? Fleecing retail until a market moving event, FOMC, to make it seem like the market was okay until then? And the end game is ongoing, right? It's to shed long equities at higher prices. De-risk. I should have bought options as a strategic investment instead of this one DTE call. Yeah, the call side of these moves is not very profitable. Don't forget. The only profitability is the calls that actually go in the money. All the out of the money calls because of the massive decline in VIX on the move up. So because of the short put leverage that's needed to drive prices higher, like calls don't get any profitability on the moves up. So if you think the bulls are killing it on the long side of these moves, it's not very impressive. Don't forget they're buying calls when VIX is up, and then the short puts are shorting the VIX. It sure ain't. I know. Yeah. Are they making any money on the sold puts at this point? Well, I mean, they keep selling them closer to the money to maintain the same amount of leverage. Profitable when they have millions of contracts, but like it's not, because they're buying millions of out of the money contracts that never see any profitability. Like profitability for calls today is down. If calls bought in the last 28 days is down 7%. It's not as big a drop as yesterday, but it's still a big drop. I mean, if they've got 100,000 calls that go in the money at 4280, but they're 4285s, 4295s, and 4300s that they bought to have the market maker drive the prices up all expire out of the money. That's not a win, right? They got 400,000 calls that don't make any money and 100,000 that go, $4 in the money. Profitable when they flip and rug the market once their bags are sold off. Yeah, that's true. They probably make more money on the short puts than they do on the calls, frankly. Because the short puts actually benefit from the volatility decline. So based on what you're saying now in your daily DD chart, you think it dropped to around 4,200, 4,210 by early next week. Yeah. I think within the first 3 days of next week, we're probably going to see at least a test of gamma neutral, if not a move below it. I think our fast gamma's around 42. So like the front weighted gamma neutral's around 42, 17, 50. And actual gamma neutral's around 4190. I have a video from YouTube that's eerily similar to right now. I've seen this before. It's really funny. I can't show the class. Is the truck headed towards the post, but it never gets there? It'll get there. Have you ever seen the ending of that video? It's brutal. What would you consider a good annual yield for CSPs and CCs? Depending on risk, 15 to 20% is attainable. That's like lower IV. You're looking at like IV between like 40 to 60. If you're going even safer than that, maybe you could do 10 or 11% yields a year. Yeah, Lawrence McMillan. Man, they really don't want to lose their fucking leverage at 4280, huh? When NASDAQ fail? 14.5, maybe? Hmm. Microsoft's doing okay. Nvidia's doing good today. So is Netflix. Microsoft's doing all right. Meta. So it looks like tech mostly carrying this. TLT's up. Curious. that yesterday's low on VIX? Oh, 1 penny lower. Let's see what positioning looks like. Still a lot of calls. The majority of calls at 42.85. 42.90's got some, but less. Decent chunk. It's kind of a small put wall at 43. Still quite a lot of puts at 42.75, 42.70. Call wall at 42.55. Or they're just selling puts at 42.55. Let's go have a meeting. You said 42.80 was likely where we'd see things break up or down. Is that still true? Yeah, we're still kind of locked into that range. We haven't really broken up to the next strike yet. We keep getting rejected off the higher test at 42.85 here. So hard to confirm the break up still. How does a put wall deep in the money, like 4,300, work? They just buy deep in the money puts to stop downward momentum? Upward. Jimmy, $23 call. Any chance? It doesn't look great. Odds of 42.55 today. I don't know, like 37%. 36, maybe. Well, that's not just today. That's over the next 2 days, but no, Odoristan. I don't know, it seems stupid. It's not a fucking book club. Unfortunately, betting on this crash is draining me of my capital by the week. I hope I can stay in the game long enough to be in the money like the market in early September 2008. If you need to be long short, you need to manage the position. You can't just buy shit and let it die. You have to do a little bit more work than that. I'm just catching up on all the GME stuff. Thanks for all the hard work. Weird 24 hours. Tough days. Thanks for sharing your experience and expertise through choppy waters. Thanks, Big Mac, I think. How do you determine to average down puts versus roll up and for less leverage? Asking for my 616 480 418 Ps. Thanks. Well, your theta decay is getting pretty bad. You probably want more theta on the position than anything else. So yeah, you probably want to either roll out or roll out and up. If you can confirm more breakups for us, I can buy more calls. You save me from my own stupidity all the time. I don't know if this is gonna break up. They would probably need to sell a bunch more puts to drive it higher, and I don't know if that's very advantageous right now. Remember, the market maker sells into rising prices and positive gamma, so they're kind of swimming against the current, and they're already selling puts at 42.70. So it's like, how much closer to the money are they going to start selling them? It starts to get really fucking risky, right? Like at this point, they're already setting themselves up to get squeezed out, which possibly they want if they're going to then leverage the downside, but like it's all contracting to a head. I mean, it's so sweet when you say 1 second right before a big move. Yeah, they're pretty far out of the money at this point. Well, that should make the at least rolling them out cheaper. Also, VIX is down, right? Can Jimmy get T+2 to the downside? I don't know. It'll depend on how many puts stayed open. I think a lot of puts took profit this morning. What's up, Jacob? Does it seem like the correlating movements between the basket stacks ended around this past January? Thanks. Hmm. To some degree, yeah. But January is kind of after all those deferrals came due, right? You know what really happened after January was volatility shorting on everything. Didn't come back as hard. The only real, like, out of the stocks at least I watch, the only things that saw a lot of shorting were like DDS and Upstart. But for GME, especially after March earnings, the volatility shorts just really aren't very present, right? So if they're not going to get that liquidity from the ETS, then that doesn't build up a lot of potential for, like, the cyclical runs. Yeah, it stopped out of my calls. Let's rip back to open. Yeah, I got stopped out of mine too. I mean, I'm okay with it, but I would much prefer that this drop. All right, we got auction results. Right? Soon. I sold a bunch more puts. Ooh, US 30-year mortgage rate is at 12 also today. I forgot about that. What do we got? We got the 8-week bond yield. No, not 12%. 12 p.m. Jesus Christ. I said we could bounce today, yesterday. I don't know what people want. I mean, I know what people want. Whatever position they have to be green. Yeah, there's a bill auction right now. Okay, 4-week just came in. 5.09 against the prior 5.13. I want a good breakfast burrito. It's impossible. You think 40-year mortgages will be the norm going forward? Probably. Calves, big meaty calves, yummy ham hocks. All right. I mean, yeah, but probably not where he lives. My mortgage rate went up yesterday. Canada, haha. You guys have like a lot of adjustable, but the adjustable rate mortgages in Canada are different, right? They're like controlled by the government. It turns out that 2 red days in a row is the crime. Today's not over. It's only 11 o'clock. Why the fuck is the 8-week auction not coming in? Give me my data, you bitch. Breakfast burrito cannot compare to proper New Jersey pork roll, egg and cheese on a hard roll. Okay, pork roll is disgusting, odorous. It's like shitty bologna. I'm starting to feel that Fed rates have to top out before we see a breakdown below 40.50 again. What do you think? I don't think that's true. What if JPOW goes 0.5 and then says they're still considering another hike for July? That'll put us below 40.50. Pork roll shill. Where are the Taylor hammers at? Uh, you don't like halva either. It's just dry. I don't hate it. It's just so fucking dry. It's like eating sand. My gut is saying we bail out calls at 42.90, fall back below close. So we are hitting 43.20 today. I don't, I don't I don't see any positioning for that right now. I would be shocked if we hit 4,300 today. And sad because I just sold bear call spreads. No 8-week bill, I guess. Yeah, I'm not getting any fucking data on it. I'm gonna check the Treasury's website. Because it should already be up. Here we go. High rate 5.12 on the 8-week. Investment rate 5.24. Tendered 142 billion, accepted 46 billion. So it looks like they got their 50 billion target. Was that the target? There you go. Yeah, so 5.12 to 5.24. My gut says we're going to 4,200, but it's been saying that for like a week, and so far all my puts have expired worthless. Buy more theta. Like a lot more theta. Thoughts on downside potential on Nvidia, Google, Amazon during SLD settlement? Oh, they're all extremely overvalued. They make attractive sell targets. Nvidia is starting to look like it's seeing more covered calls come in again. That moment when you realize you spent thousands buying calls from Gherk for the last 2 years, I doubt it. I don't know. Maybe you did, but I doubt it. Unless you've been buying a lot of in the money calls. I usually sell GME calls in the money. Or at the money. And people usually buy out of the money shit. Does JPOW speak today? Not as far as I'm aware. So less than half of what the Treasury offered was bought. Yeah. You assume I can afford Theta and not far out of the money lotto ticket 0 DTEs. I could have afforded Theta at the beginning of this experiment. Use a different instrument then. Right? Why are you buying SPX if you can't afford to buy Theta on it? SLD's next week. That seems not bullish that no one wants the treasuries. They're short dated. That's why. Once longer dated maturities come in, those will be more desirable. But they'll exhaust all the short dated ones first. Because once they start moving up like longer dated, like the longer maturity securities, those are gonna move yields more significantly. We're in the Fed blackout period, right? There should be, yeah. The meeting's on the 14th, right? So I think we are. SLD had no effect the past 2 times. That's actually not true. It had an effect on in April. It didn't have one in May. We keep seeing major downsides the week after, and everyone cries saying they missed the boat. Yeah, people are about. I mean, buying fucking Friday expiration puts for SLD is fucking stupid anyway. But I'm not gonna get into it. I feel big down incoming. Well, upsides become more difficult, so hopefully. You know what's up with the volume on GME? They're just netting shit off. You need to play SLD like any other day. There could be big ups before big downs, and vice versa. Yep. How do you feel respond to the allegations that you got Furlong fired by suppressing Guybrush? I would say that they're accurate and true. Do you think it's a valid strategy to establish a timeline and port value, e.g., 10 to 200K in 3 years, and then build investments to try and capture that percent gain per week and set stops accordingly? Yes. I think it's very good to have, well, I mean, like a long-term plan. At least like a 2 year time horizon. If not, you could go longer, but I generally don't. How does the volume look on futures? Kind of shitty. It's declining. So we're consolidating into something. Call profitability over the entirety of today has been basically dog shit. Yeah, it's really bad. Okay, Russell's starting to recover a little. Dow, not so much. Oil's now down 300 BPS. How is this not fucking weighing down on SPX right now? Like, NASDAQ's not pumping that fucking hard. NASDAQ's still sub 14.5. Which is where I assume it wants to get today. Hmm. Is consolidation into drops a thing? Yeah. The lack of treasury buying incentivized JPOW to raise rates versus pausing. I mean, it's doing. I mean, the fact that they haven't sold a lot of the shorter dated maturities means that a lot of the effect of quantitative tightening so far is not being felt. But as they move to longer maturities, it will be. I don't know how much they're going to factor that in. Don't forget that those assets go on deposit at the Federal Reserve, right? So, as far as JPOW is concerned, quantitative tightening from their side still needs to continue at a probably more drastic pace than that's been realized so far. I think oil's getting shorted. I kind of agree. 4180 for Monday is big sad. When did you buy that? If I break even playing monthly straddles on Nvidia, I'm gonna short it more. Okay. QQQ is a fickle mistress. SLD will probably bring price down on Fubo. I mean, Fubo's already down today, right? It got rejected off of like the 40 or 190 level, rather. What do you think about IWM 180Ps 30 days out? Okay. Should I buy Diablo? I could get 3.5 GME shares instead. That's up to you, Brandon. Hunt, call, sell off, or future sell off? I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I don't think like options interest is really changing a lot right here. Futures is consolidating. Some of the out of the money calls have fallen off a little bit. Mostly the ones that were opened, I think, earlier. They're the only ones that are really profitable. Like the out of the money calls that were opened early this morning. So yeah, it looks like some profits taken there, but we're kind of close to slipping the positive gamma here, so it could break down. I mean, if futures just don't seem to be reacting very much. NQ still hasn't tested 14.5, and it's trying. Volume's also declining into the test there. Futures on SPX or ES have already rejected, right? So those already failed the 4290 level. We'll see if volume comes in, right? I mean, right now volume is just not there. It's not a great time of day for it either. Yeah, the fucking air quality is really bad. I went out to get breakfast this morning. I looked outside and it was just like, fuck that. And I went back upstairs. I want to short Tesla here. Let's do it together, Girk. Like old times. Don't think, just feel. I'm already short Tesla. I've been selling bear spreads on it for like 3 days now. No, I don't live in a mansion. I would buy Diablo. Blizzard is terrible these days. There's better games. It's pretty good. But yeah, Blizzard sucks. Jamie aside, there's quality gaming to be had out there. You could buy 5 great games to the price of D4. Also, wait for a sale. Ah, Blizzard doesn't generally put things on sale. That's rare. Like waiting for Diablo 4 to get cheaper is probably not gonna happen. Unless you wait a couple years. Then it will. Is your Lily 400p for 616? I don't know. Those are dead. It's fucking just garbage. I didn't set stops on any of it. StarCraft 2 is free to play, guys. I'm just west of the worst of it here in Ontario. I feel for you guys getting the worst of the smoke. Yeah, how about you guys put your fucking fires out? I don't want to short Tesla, but I want to be shorted so hard its headquarters end up in Australia. Is that too much to ask? No. I was coughing with the smoke walking from my office to the car last night. I think it's worse because my apartment's like higher up in the air, where the air is like at ground level. It's not as bad. I have my windows closed, but like one of my windows doesn't seal very well. And then I think like more shitty air is coming in through like the HVAC system. Remember Girk making fun of East Palestine, Ohio? Where? Of course I wasn't making fun of it. I was saying why are people staying there? I was making fun of the people who are like, "Oh my god, look what you did to my town," and then hanging out in the fucking town that's full of cancerous chemicals. It's like, we're breathing in so many carcinogens every day here. Leave. I'm gonna leave. If this keeps up for another day, I'm getting the fuck out of here. This is bullshit. If you decide to move out of New York City in the future, I can help you out with that. I'm a lot better mover than I am an options trader. My services would be an improvement from the last movers you hired. You mean the ones that didn't do anything? That's not a that's a low bar. Thank you, Vupper Market Carcass. How low is the sold strike on your Tesla at bear call spreads? I was looking at 235, but scary. 240, 240, 250 is probably what I'm opening. I don't know. I sold more 230, 235s today. Should I not have done that? I want that sweet in the money premium. Did you make fun of the people who rebuilt Louisiana after Katrina? I don't think that's a comparable situation, but I would have had I been paying attention at the time. Have you had your 6 cigarettes worth of Canada's Best this morning? Yeah. Is this the first time the Northeast has had wildfire smoke? Yeah. Yeah. At least in my memory, this is the first time. Wherever you go, I got 3 air purifiers on max right now, and I'm near Akron, Ohio. I don't know, Europe? Whatever's not on fire. I just quoted 7K from a company to move me 13 miles north from where I live now. I mean, if it's a whole house, right? Is that additional services like packing and unpacking your shit? Rent a Kia Soul and drive down to Florida. Hmm. You think 4255 1 DTEP might be good here? They're super cheap. Let's do it together, Gurk. Like old times. I don't want to do anything with you. I'm gonna buy fucking 4,300 calls if you keep it up. You mean the people who rebuilt entire towns destroyed by a hurricane in the exact same place? That's the people he's referring to. Is the other home you own from your buddy also covered in smog? I don't know how bad Long Island is right now. Maybe. I could check. What's the air quality out there? It's like a map. If I had a map somewhere. No, it's still shit. I guess it's a little better than in the city. It's like actually, yeah, it's not that bad at all. Ooh. Go live in my house for the weekend? It's really not that much better. I would argue it's roughly the same. It's like 150 versus, like 160 here. Yeah. Maybe I'll go out to the Cape. I have a friend that lives out there. Spend the weekend out there. My $23 cover calls worked out. Nice, man. I cannot log into my Fidelity? Why? They got my lucky calls. If the market crashes while you're streaming from a different state, do you have to pay income tax there? I don't know. No? I don't think so. Not unless you're like a resident. Otherwise, every time I was in a position, I would just go to like Puerto Rico and not pay taxes on it, right? I should probably get a condo there or something. Eh. Come live with me for a couple days and experience being a poor firsthand. But I could like just swim around with turds in J Fresh's hot tub. Who's got the best air quality? One of you lives out on Cape Cod, right? I live on Cape Cod Bay. It's not bad. Yeah, it doesn't look bad out there. I just don't want to drive out to my friend's place. It's so fucking far. He's in like Provincetown, I think it's called. Or just like outside of that. It's like way the fuck out there. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know if he's at that house right now, but Truro lived there for the summer. It's really far out, but I figure it's probably far enough out there that the air quality is good. Provincetown, is he straight? I think so. You know what? Yeah, I think he is. Get a condo in Puerto Rico, get a fat hurricane insurance policy. When the condo gets wrecked, invest the payout in the market and leave the condo in ruins since you don't live there anyway. I thought I could pay for my sins by making us both a bunch of money on that fantastic play I just mentioned. Also, we should petition for a new system in which the name of the entity or institution is attached to the order so we know whose balls to kick to the North Pole. Interesting. Yeah, we still haven't broken down through 4280 though. This is the primary issue with all of today. The fucking's nuts. Some dude got eaten by a shark in Truro in the movie Jaws. Why are there so many people in Massachusetts? This is my state. Go away. It's not your state. It's just a state. Questioning your friend's sexuality? Well, he had a girlfriend, but it's been a while. He does go to Ibiza a lot. I don't know if that means anything, though. She told everyone he was gay when they broke up. Hmm. I was surfing off Truro and had a 10-12 foot shark swim under my board. I've never been so happy to have a 9 foot longboard. You'd have to live outside of New York for more than 50% of the year to avoid taxes. Well, yeah. Freddie Mac 30-year fixed rate mortgage averaged 6.71% as of June 8th. Nice. So a little bit down. How enunciated is his lisp on Ibiza? He pronounces it correctly always. What do you think your weekly return is on bought and sold positions, not including long holdings on stocks? So am I including like options sold against long holdings? I target 2 to 5% a week yield on CCs. Okay. Um, Another 2 to 5% on CSP allocations, and then um, I mean long positions are always hit or miss, right? Well, I mean, they can vary really wildly, right? Like directional positioning. So I mean, I aim for like 10% a month. You don't always get that. Like this month is last month was super shitty. It was like 4% on long trading positions. Um and then sold positions like spreads and condors and income positions like 8 to 12% a month on the allocated capital, which is 480,000. Also, that's held in treasuries. The account I use for spreads is funded with treasuries. So those are accumulating like a long term yield also. Well, 2.6% annualized, or yeah. Well, no, 5.2% annualized. 2.6% total. But that's over divided over 6 months. 2 to 5% on CCs of the position as a whole per week. Yep. That seems crazy high. Depends. I mean, some things are much better at hitting those yields than others, right? And they make up for the positions that don't have crazy yields. I mean, I own things like T and Devon Energy, where the yield is awful on covered calls unless you're selling a significant amount of theta. But then I have things like GameStop, right, that have very good yields. Up until recently, Google, AMD. So growth holdings, I'm more aggressively selling CCs against versus like value investments, which obviously have a much slower rate of accrual. Is the air quality out near your house any better? Moderately, not much. So go to P Town July 8th through 15th. It's Bear Week. You should be able to drink for free all week. And gay dudes are the best wingmen. They just want to have fun. Maybe. I gotta see if he's got like electricity turned on. If he's even there. And if he's got like the electric and utilities and shit turned on. And I'll ask him. It's better than this shit. I don't want to take fucking asthma medication. An MLM? Hmm. Do you mean MLP? Or do you actually mean MLM? Oh, okay. You do mean multi-level marketing. How do you benefit from multi-level marketing on covered calls? I join your pyramid scheme. The local people who are born there call it Ibiza. Okay. I don't know anyone from there. I know how people pronounce it in Barcelona. I got 86 cents per contract on DV and CSPs for June 23rd that I was very happy with. Not the worst yield I've seen. Nice. Nope. Nope. Veronica does not mean MLP. We've already established this. I thought it meant MLP. No. I got COVID at the beginning of March 2023 and have done nothing but lose money since then. Coincidence? Am I now highly regarded? Maybe. That's scary. I'm always trying to buy your calls. I have boxes of them in my house. My friend buys some of them off me because MOASS is always tomorrow. Congratulations. You should frame them. Long COVID equals loss of trading skill? I mean, maybe. That's that's scary as shit. Thank you for talking me out of GME 2350 CSP. I would be in the hole. I don't remember doing that, but you're welcome. Why do you think we hold here until Friday versus falling to gamma neutral today, tomorrow? We could. Although, if there's any kind of sell off here, they've sold puts so fucking close to the money that they're gonna get squeezed out, right? Do you sleep easier knowing some of the calls I buy off of you are planned and book? CSPs on GME decent right now. Still a little bit of support on the call side. They're not great. Yeah, they're not great. Mm, they're getting better, but yeah, they're not great yet. Why does Spy look like a fractal of the 1 month from 2008 to today? Variance swaps. Is this gonna break down today or not, eh? Oh god, the Canadian smoke is affecting me. Long dated in the money VIX calls. Are you hedging something? You mentioned that it might be time to leave WeBull based on a change they're making. Have you looked into that any further? No, I'm just waiting to see if they're adding futures or not. But if they're gonna move to omnibus clearing without adding futures, yeah, I'm probably gonna move out of Webull to a different broker. I've expected them to move to self-clearing, but that also hasn't happened. So we'll see if they don't add futures trading or self-clearing in the next few months, and they're gonna, because I don't want to trade with a broker that does omnibus clearing with Apex. It's shitty. We've averaged out those 4250s with such conviction. Is the data and the reward far exceed the risk at the current SPX position? Or is it usual average down till even play? No, I mean if this breaks, right, and we fall below 4270, um there's a lot of short puts there, so we could push down harder. So the risk reward is really good on them. I mean, I don't think they're gonna print. They have a very, very low likelihood. But I have a max amount of like capital that I'm willing to risk on it. It's very much like a 0 or 100 position though, right? Tracking any of the bullshit plays I buy in Webull is a terrible fucking idea. I literally just blow money in this account. I don't set stops on anything. I barely pay attention to it. Half the time I don't even know what's in it. I've just got a bunch of money in it from GME cover calls that I waste. How much are you up on that account? I don't know. Total? Uh since I opened it, I think like 100 grand or something. Omnibus clearing means that they're no longer clearing directly with Apex, they're clearing with like a broker. Lame. Oh, ES broke up. ES is gonna test 4,300. The reason for that is it just NQ going nuts. So what's performing today? Electronics, health. Tesla's the only green thing in durables, and tech. So this is all just driven by tech. Adobe's up 5% today. I popped in to hear you actually say earlier the chain doesn't support a move to 4,300. It doesn't support a move to 4,320, which is what I was commenting on. What's NQ? NASDAQ futures. NASDAQ 100 mini contract. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, oil's shitting the bed hard right now. It's down 300 BPS. Gold's up too. The positioning today is interesting. Russell's down, but NQ's up today, which was the opposite yesterday. Also, for those unaware, the chain can change. Yeah, very quickly. Where can I trade E-miniums or E-megas? You could trade micros. That's like cheaper than SPY, I think. I tagged you in a picture that my parents took in Suffolk, Long Island. Jesus fucking Christ. Why's that guy got ear protection on? Like, the mask makes sense. Am I asking too many questions here? Dixie's down a lot today. Yeah. My feet remain unobserved. What does it have to hit? 105? Oh, okay. Seeking Alpha's putting out an article saying the market just created the ultimate bull trap. What happened to 4,600? You know, the articles on Seeking Alpha are all written independently by a bunch of people trying to sell monthly newsletters. We pumping today or topping out? Yeah, we got a little pump there. VIX almost top 1350. One last test. Are there any more calls coming in? 4,300 zero DTEs. My 4,300 has puts too, though. So if ES tests 4,300, that's still pretty far away. Hmm. Doric. Look at this shit, dude. What the fuck is this? Look at the middle one. I'm not sure it's bullish. Like after futures test 4,300. Yeah, go look at futures. Look at this. Is that the daily? Hmm. So we got the rug pull of the year. How fast will the market drop? There seems to be nothing holding it up but options. I mean, it could drop really fast. We'd have to see. It would depend on how much momentum it gets. Tell them to stop buying 4,300 calls. I can't stop them. They're not buying more of them. The level's like the same. VIX is closing all its stores. Fuck? You want to say fuck, Thunder? Fuck Lily? It's having a pumpy day. What's happening? Let me think of a way to describe it. There is the market is moving very strongly against statistical probability. Your puts are in August. Shut the fuck up about your puts. Bull market negative beta. AKA mean reversion should be fun, provided someone takes advantage of it. No? Did you move your puts? He's saying no about shutting up. Oh. Mama Yellen loading up next week on auctions. Hmm. Big tech going gangbusters for no reason gets me horny. There's a lot of weird shit going on today. Bots is up like 9%. AMD and Nvidia up 3%. Tesla up 3%. Netflix 1.6. Amazon's up 2.77. TLT's up almost 100 BPS. Bots is a AI ETF. Share recall? Maybe. This isn't even like a remotely similar high to the prior high. Why does everyone only look at the 1 minute chart when making their decisions about the market direction? Do you guys not have other charts? Yeah, I'm starting to firmer both up. Not a lot of other fintech shit up though today. Yeah, NASDAQ. Financials are kind of all over the place on NASDAQ. Hmm. Health services, tech services. I don't know. ES still hasn't tested 4,300. It still can. Man, they shorted the fuck out of VIX there. I hope that was just like a last ditch effort to bail on their short puts. We'll find out soon. I'll be right back. Ooh, interesting. I see that, Dork. That's nifty. Vic's trying to do a thing. Maybe they're closing sold puts. Maybe. Hmm. They're still rebuying 4,300 calls. Jesus Christ. They've sold so many fucking puts. Look at this bullshit. Hold on. Look at like so that's that dip is 245 through 265 for 6/16's expiration. Why would they spend millions buying deep in the money calls? 2,000 for tomorrow? Are you sure they're not sold? The delta on the 42.45 strike is 26 and 42.50 is 12. Go look up volatility smile, AJ. Does it make any sense not to buy 630 puts for SLD and OPEX right now? You could. I have a bunch of them. Yeah, that's exactly what I said, Dork. What the fuck? That's kind of fucking crazy. Explain why SPX no go out down down ouchie down. Where they sell 2000C for tomorrow is even more confusing. Collapse the spread. What strike are they selling at? Oh, wow. What strike are they at? Any thoughts on the spike and beyond? I remember you looking at it in the past. Yeah, I played it back in like January. Hmm. Hmm. News or something? No. I don't know. Is anything on anything else on IWM running? Fubo's not doing much. It's in your DMs. 1,500 contracts, 2,000 call put, 1 DTE. Hmm. Hmm. Probably irrelevant. It's a super small block. Could just be arbitrage. Oh, is Beyond back on the threshold list again? I haven't been following its FTDs. Hmm. Oil's recovering a little bit. $329 million. Weird purchase for them. I guess the gamble is that they'll expire less out of the money. Notional value play? It could be. Or it's just a synthetic future. Looks like there's still a lot of future sellers at 4,300. Although I feel like they at least try to test 4,300 again today. I'm not sure if they get enough momentum to be able to do it without VIX going up more. NQ's failing its test of 4,500 or 14,500. That's the shoulder. That's on Dunstan's tinfoil theory. What is it? I don't know what it is. Nobody ever told me. Does it has to do with getting free money out of Japan? No. I mean, some free money, but otherwise, no. What thesis leads you to believe we at least see a test of gamma neutral on SPX the next week? So all of their long delta is short dated, and in order to accumulate it, they've been selling puts closer and closer to the money, which is driving VIX down. In a positive gamma environment, it becomes much harder to drive the price up further without massively increasing leverage, right? Um, and since leverage isn't increasing and sold puts are reducing in value, forcing them to be sold closer and closer to the money, if they want to pump it again, they need to drop it back below gamma neutral where they're not working against the market maker, and they need to allow VIX to go up so they can sell puts profitably again. That you can layer margin using Japanese bonds and treasuries. Who the fuck is gonna take those? I mean, what do you mean layer margin? No, you could. I mean, yeah. Ultimately, shorting vol is selling options. I forgot the exact details. I mean, it's not free money. There's risk-free arbitrage there, but I mean, it's gonna collapse. Hey, Greg, dumb question. How do you hedge when VIX keeps dropping so hard? My put positions are losing hundreds a day while we chop in $20 range. So it's hard to make up the difference by just buying calls. Selling put spreads feels too risky. Call spreads get stopped out. Why are your call spreads? Well, okay, I don't know why your call spreads are getting stopped out. Uh, Put spreads are you're selling theta against your long short position, so I don't understand how they're too risky. Some of the things you're saying there don't make a lot of sense. You could short VIX as a hedge also. It's It's got enough realized volatility right now that it's not great, but it's possible. Most of the value lost in those positions is due to the volatility declining. More likely than I don't know what your theta is. You need to give me a lot more information though. Also, what broker are you using where you have stops on call spreads? What the hell happened to Discord? Is it not working or something? It's working? Okay. Essentially, there's an arbitrage dependent on the exchange rate between USD and JPY. Yeah. That arbitrage would still have to exceed. It's not going to last, right? It's a very narrow window. It's going to be limited. It's not like unlimited arbitrage. Shut the fuck up, Mr. Gold. Ko-Fi person here. Calls are getting stopped out on upward volatility wicks. Maybe I'm setting them too close. Put spreads feel risky because we could collapse on news or overnight. No? Okay, but you can sell 0 DTE against them, right? If you're getting stopped out on the volatility wicks we have today on call spreads, you're either selling your call spreads way too close to the money, or you're setting your stops way too fucking tight on them. Because I sold spreads twice today already, and none of them are even remotely at risk. Is there any resource for learning to hedge vertical spreads? I haven't seen anything about hedging them in options as a strategic investment. It depends on what you're trying to do with them. Generally, I mean, you would just buy the short call back, right? If it's gonna break higher into the level where your spread is, you would buy the short call back, or you can buy an additional long call at the short strike. If you have a lot of theta on the position, you can buy a shorter dated long call at the short strike. If it moves in or above before you're able to hedge, then you have to do some kind of fancy footwork. I think I made a clip about collapsing spreads. But that's only if you're selling wide spreads. So if your spread's, the next strike, then you can't collapse it. So these goobers are shorting vol as a byproduct of them being goobery. No, it's how they get their leverage. That's how they get the pump. They go synthetic long. Except, at an extremely high long call ratio. It's like 1 sold put to 10 0 DTE calls. But yeah, on days like this where you're trending up and you're holding long puts, it's really advantageous to sell short puts, right? Like as soon as you have like a confirmation of a break up, like which would have been like back here, right? You know, you would sell short puts like under the low, right? And then that's hedged with your long put, which is, you know, wherever. I don't know where it is, but depending on your positioning. And then you could close those out up here, or, you know, even if you got scared here, right? And then you benefit from the, you know, a little bit from the delta, but from the theta as well. Oh shit, sorry. Oh, the fucking Epic Pen's not working again. Fuck. There we go. You expect a big move when this breaks one way or the other. If it breaks down, I expect a big move. If it breaks up, maybe we test 4,300. I think both directions would require quite a bit more momentum than we currently have. Does that form of leverage leave itself open to some sort of Volmageddon event? When a black swan or external low probability event occurs, which, selling puts, I mean, you can close them. You think we're gonna get a black swan event in the midday? I mean, if that happens, it's gonna start overnight. It's really unlikely that we would get a market crash midday. No one's gonna let that happen, right? Because if big longs are gonna sell huge amounts of equities all at once, or they're gonna do all that in block orders, right? So it's gonna start printing overnight. I mean, everything carries risk if you're fucking everything's gonna have some degree of risk against a black swan event. That's fucking ridiculous. You're gonna spend your time hedging against. I mean, have a long position on VIX that you hold if you're afraid of that. Like a rolling position on VIX in the money. Shouldn't tomorrow be the last day of pumps so they can get ready for SLD? No, it could drag out into Tuesday. The more of those, the more like 42.45s through 42.65s they sell for next Friday, though, the more charm exposed they are. So, you know, as delta decays on those positions, the market maker is going to start shedding the hedge, which weakens their support, right? Their downside support. It took 70% gains on 2250 GME cover calls. Nice. You misunderstood my question, but I think you answered it by saying they can close their positions when risk increases. Yes. If that's the case, where is the risk to this strategy? I mean, there's little. I mean, the risk is that somebody else sells, right? somebody else starts selling, and they start selling at a faster rate than they can purchase back their position. So before they can close those short puts, and then those short puts go underwater and start getting squeezed, right? The more of them they try to close, the more liquidity dries up at the strike. That's where the risk is. And because they're so close to the money, it doesn't take a lot of downside move to put them in a risky situation. What do you got? Fuck is that? Oh. Hmm. Those aren't correlated though. Hmm. It's, yeah, loosely. I mean, everything's correlated loosely though, right? Try using try using gold. That's interesting. So I guess the real question is, who is the party doing this, and how closely tied are they to the Yellen? I know it's a big conspiracy, but not out of the realm. I mean, they face a certain amount of risk if liquidity pulls back in equities, right? Um, like I said, if they're selling, their position becomes very risky, and it becomes risky faster because it's so close to the money now. So, like, with the current zero DT positioning and where short puts are, if JPM came in and sold 30,000 contracts on ES, they would get squeezed. Right, so they're taking a lot of risk because they have all this really short dated delta on the long side, and then they're selling Vega, right? So their volatility risk is massive. So if they don't keep selling the short puts, then volatility is going to start moving up, right? And because the contracts they're selling have more Vega than the contracts they're buying, their exposure to that increase in volatility moves up exponentially. Oh, Jesus. No, not from Street Fighter. Thoughts on Cuba China agreement to open surveillance facility? Cuba Crisis 2.0? Just hit the news. Huh, interesting. Why do people sell in the money CCs instead of buying puts? Because you're not exposed to your short volatility versus long volatility. Also, net credit versus debit. As a general rule of thumb, shorting index is bad, shorting stocks good. I mean, most stocks go up most of the time. So shorting, generally speaking, is higher risk, higher reward. Thinking shareholder meeting will be another decent possibility to sell CCs on GME. Earnings not terrible. Ignoring CEO stuff. Thanks for what you do. It could be. I mean, it depends on if they actually announce anything or not. Or if they're just like, thank you for another year of bag holding for us. There's no forward guidance at this time, and we won't be taking any questions. That's kind of how last year's shareholder meeting went, right? JPM owning 38.85 puts. What's stopping them from eventually selling 30,000 ES contracts? I mean, not a lot. At these prices, I mean, they're gonna go long ES to hedge the upside of their collar, right? Incrementally as pricing approaches the collar, which I think is kind of what the bulls hope for, is they hope they can get it above the collar and get the tailwind of that futures hedge. So far, they've failed at doing that miserably. I think I get it. It's cheaper to write it. Well, no, you get a credit for writing it, so you get paid to write it. And Ivy Crush is on your side, yes. I have a lot of cheap 4250s. If Russia wanted to lob some missiles into some more Polish fields, I wouldn't mind. Fair. You can't besides the CEO stuff. It's bad. I mean, you can a little bit. It's it creates uncertainty is the problem. Are the spreads you sell on SPX usually zero DTE? Usually, well, it depends. It depends on the positioning of options. Like Monday, I sold 4,300, 4310s that expire tomorrow. And then last Friday, I sold out of the money calls that expired on Monday. So sometimes I'll sell more theta if I think if I'm very confident that my chance of having to hedge or being at risk is very low. Like right now, I'm not afraid to sell calls to the upside, right? Because I don't think there's a lot of room beyond 4,300. I know that my position is defended by the JPM collar at 4320. I know there's a lot of short calls already between 4,300 and 4,320, right? So I'm using that institutional positioning that I'm already aware of as an additional safety measure to the positions I'm selling. And then they're risk limited anyway, right? Because max risk is the distance on the spread. Eurozone slips into recession as revised data shows 2 quarters of falling output. That's one down. I think I just saw a Chinese spy balloon. Are you at a birthday party? Are they selling SPX puts on the drops? Yes. So VIX goes up, and then they sell as many puts as they feasibly can while VIX is up. But they keep having to sell them, like VIX over time is incrementally going down, right? So they have to keep selling closer and closer to the money to get the same amount of leverage, right? And then the leverage is less and less effective because the market maker is selling into rising prices. It is in effect like a squeeze. Do you guys understand how that works? I really want to get this across because it's important. So as VIX goes down, the premium received lowers. The premium also goes down, right? On short puts. And as SPX rises, call premium goes up. So it becomes more expensive to buy calls, but you're getting less money for the puts you're selling. And then, you know, when you get into positive gamma, the market maker starts selling into rising prices. So the tail, when you're in negative gamma, the market maker is buying into the rising prices, right? So you get this huge tailwind on the pump up. But then when this peaks, the market maker starts pressuring back to the downside. It's a gamma pinch. Yeah. And then, you know, the market makers, you know, the market makers hedging those short puts and they're hedging those calls. But over time, you know, the delta on those calls and short puts is declining alongside theta, right? And this is your charm. So right now, if the market maker is hedging all these like 616 short puts, right, as they approach expiry, they're hedging less and less over time. And so that's why these don't last, right? You know, if you look at SPX out over the last 3 months, that they've really been doing this since they got that liquidity pump from the Fed, right? Um, you know, all of these are met with the same kind of price action, right? You know, you have this really sharp move to the upside. They can stabilize it for a bit. We saw that in early April, but eventually the position fails, right? And then, you know, they slid here, they slid, you know, back below where gamma neutral was, right? Gamma went negative, and then, you know, we can overlay VIX on this too, and you can kind of see how that positioning plays out. Uh, right, so VIX goes up, and then you can sell puts again, right? And when you sell puts, you leverage calls, that shoots VIX back down, right? And then over and over and over. The difference this time is, see, here they bottomed out, right? Like eventually they just stopped selling the position and taking on additional risk, right? And then they let it move and VIX go back up again. This time they just keep going, driving it down. So the more they drive VIX down, the greater that. Here, I can do this too. Uh, Hold on. Oh. The greater that tail risk becomes, right? Where is it? See? Now, if you look at this, VIX is actually still going down, but tail risk is collapsing. Also, look at how extreme this is versus, you know, back here in April or, you know, here in May or, you know, in March. What was tail risk like last August? Let's go look. Pretty extreme. Comparable to our current levels. It's a little more now, right? Even back in August, you know, they started to take risk off the table, right? Like if you look at the trajectory of VIX through that period of time, right now they've hit the peak on, so this is in, the peak on tail risk is in, but they continue to drive VIX down, right? So this is stagnating, and that's the tail risk, but the tail risk is still increasing. So they've started to leverage beyond the point where, you know, it's acceptable. And, you know, to find that, you really have to go back much further. I don't even know if we have data far enough back. I guess we do a little bit here. Like if you look at this period, into February of last year, right, where we had like the Ukraine war. You can see a little bit of that here, right? Like tail risk kind of flattens out, but VIX keeps driving down. These charts make this so understandable. Thanks. No problem. So what should our expectations be? Well, eventually the risk will be closed or it will collapse. Both of those have the same outcome. When they're going to do it, you don't know. I mean, if they're going to push it, if they're going to keep pushing it to extremes, then, you know, the risk of it collapsing becomes greater and greater. Right? So it moves from small correction, like we saw all through, you know, 200, 300 basis point correction, like we saw all through March, April, May. It moves from that to, you know, significant correction to crash. So the more tail risk they generate there, the greater the chance of, you know, a black swan event or whatever. Literally a tail risk event. How have they stabilized the tail risk growth? Well, over the last 3 days, they've been selling puts at the same level, right? 42, like 42.45 through 42.60. Today, a little bit more at 42.60. So it's, if you look at it on like the 5 minute, it's moving up a little, but not so much on the hourly. And if you can also, you'll notice this in the you know, slowdown of the decline in VIX, right? So if you just look at VIX by itself,
they're really pushing like the very edge of that risk, you know. But instead of it just going straight fucking down, you see how it's kind of like since what's this? So since like the second, the amount of leverage they're getting has been decreasing, right? So they're selling less, and so that's kind of flattening out that tail risk. Now, if they start to sell more and even closer to the money, then VIX will drop even harder, and that tail risk will increase more. Could they release risk like a pressure valve through other forms? Not really. No, because that ultimately that position still needs to be closed or it has to expire. And if they don't de-risk it, the market maker will. Right? Because we discussed how charm is also pinching that, right? So everything's working against that position that's trying to maintain this level because it's overbought. Yeah, I mean ultimately yes, because Kenny shorts volatility. He sells insurance essentially for events like this. That's his value. That's why he has so much power. He sells all the primes basically their insurance policy to ensure that they don't get fucked over in a tail risk event. Is tail risk just another way of describing movement outside of the 2 to 3 standard deviations of expected moves? I haven't learned about that in the first 5 pages of options as a strategic investment. Yeah, I mean, tail refers to like the extremes of a probability distribution. So tail risk is the possibility of large losses beyond the normal expected trading range. And so when they're selling those puts far out of the money, they're not really increasing tail risk a lot, right? But the closer and closer those puts get to the money, the more of an effect they have on tail risk. Because before when they were selling like 4,000s and 4050s, the market would have had to have made a very large standard deviation move to put those positions at risk. But now, when they're selling them 30 BPS out of the money and in similar quantities in order to maintain the price, like remember, they have to maintain an equivalent amount of leverage. And so they have to keep selling the same amount of puts. Um, and so now, yeah, now you have all that risk stacked up at the money. Right now, the market needs like a 1 standard deviation move to blow up those positions instead of 2 or 3. But they don't get assigned on those puts on SPX. At least they're cash settled, so they're European options. There's no early assignment. The best case scenario for them would be leave those positions in place, let the market dip below gamma neutral, take advantage of the rise in VIX, sell new positions, and then pump it back up over the previous sold position. I'll try to clip that. Fuck, that was a lot. Does anybody know when it started? That seems all right. What happens hypothetically if the risk-taking party is also the MM? The risk-taking party is the MM. Well, I mean, partially, right? Like I said, if they don't de-risk, the MM will. The MM's gonna reduce their hedge over time because of charm, right? That's why, you know, everything always seems to pull back to gamma neutral, right? Because the market maker is always hedging back to that center point. So given a long enough period of time, the market maker is going to move the market back to its, you know, neutral point, back to their neutral point, right? Because that's the neutral point of participants. You go too far to the upside, the market maker pushes down. You go too far to the downside on a reversion, the market maker pushes back up, right? Max pain's not really the best way to look at it. Max pain as a value has a lot of flaws. Mostly that it's static and worthless because it changes so much throughout the day. Gork just single-handedly fixed VIX. Their hope appears to be keep doing this until the next FOMC and hope for a pause or cut. Yeah, I mean they're betting billions that something positive happens out of the FOMC meeting next week. Someone is, right? A lot of it's discretion, like, you know, if you look at the cot, right? A lot of it's, you know, asset managers, right? This is funds that just they need to buy shit, so they don't care what kind of economic conditions we're in. You know, discretionary funds, systematic funds, they're just gonna buy, right? Fucking, it doesn't matter. Um, you know, there's more carefully managed funds that are, you know, going to be bearish. They're going to be, you know, hesitant to buy at these values. And then so you look at leveraged funds, which are massively short futures right now, and they've been through the pain trade for the last month. They've waited, you know, all through the pain trade, so their bearishness is not quite a point of contention at this point, right? Um, and you know, when the when this position ultimately fails because it's failed to find a buyer at a higher level, um, then, you know, that pain trade will pay off. And pain trades are usually it kind of refers to being on the opposite side of a large amount of market participants are on the opposite side of the action the market takes. But you know, pain trades are also very, very profitable if you're able to survive them. And when the other position doesn't capitulate, that means the position pushing them into the pain trade has failed, right? And if that position fails, then the larger, more leveraged position wins. It's awful. I'm right here with you, Cue Ball. Continuing to think this through, what FOMC outcomes would be good, bad for them? If we get a pause or we get a pivot, they can seize the bullish momentum to close their positions out and collapse their risk, right? If we get a rate increase, or Yellen, issues even more treasuries or schedules more treasuries to be issued, or SLD is particularly bad, right? Or they've pumped it up here, so now everyone's sitting on who wants a big fat stack of margin or sitting on a big fat stack of margins. Like, I guess we'll sell the top, right? So the higher you drive it, the more sellers you find, and they've driven it pretty high, right? We're almost at 1 year highs. Well, if you short volatility, you're lowering the cost of risk in the market, right? By taking on that risk. Much in the same way that paying an insurance and you collect a premium for that. This is very similar to the way insurance works, right? You pay a premium to reduce a greater amount of risk than you're willing to tolerate. That's what short volatility funds effectively do. Is they take on the tail risk in order to reduce the risk for the rest of participants. So I call it fast gamma. It's one data service we use that has they call it their gamma flip point, and I prefer our measurements of gamma neutral because it takes the whole options chain into account. But the thing I call fast gamma, because gamma flip point sounds fucking stupid, is basically the front weighted 30 to 60 days, or actually it's front weighted 1 to 28 days of gamma. So it's gamma neutral weighted to the front contracts versus gamma neutral across the whole chain. So it weighs the shorter it takes the shorter expiries into account more. Something else you'll notice about this run is gamma neutral hasn't moved up. So that means that, positive gamma isn't moving higher. Once we've peaked, gamma neutral stayed like flat at 4190. So there's not more gamma being added to the chain. With 1 week and a day remaining on your irrefutable recession prediction. Hold on. 3.5 weeks. It was 6 weeks, 2.5 weeks ago. Yeah, it was specifically timed from the unemployment report to the next unemployment report. So we have about 3.5 weeks till the next unemployment report. This unemployment report went up by 0.4. So 0.1, a 0.1 increase in unemployment is a SOM rule recession. from our unemployment low over the last 12 months. It matters to the Fed. There's specific data in the unemployment that matters a lot. Like the fact that unemployment recipients under 5 weeks has been increasing very rapidly, and unemployment over 15 weeks isn't reducing. The fact that part-time labor is down 100,000 positions over the last month. Racial minority unemployment is up by almost a full percent point, right? Almost 100 basis points. The negative GDP print was the preliminary one, and then the end of the quarter GDP was revised up, right? So Europe just officially entered a recession because all three of their revisions were negative, right? Which is two rolling. So I mean, you call it what you want, and you can take the, you know, conspiratorial track on it, but it's not an official recession until you have two full rounds of GDP reports that are negative. So if you go, negative on the preliminary, and then you're even on the interim one, and then the final is one, right? That quarter is positive GDP. What we had was a negative quarter followed by a negative preliminary report. So arguably for 3 months, for this time period, until this report, we were in a recession. But then we're out of it. I mean, it matters, right? Specifics are really important. And it's not just because I'm anally retentive. I get it. I just don't like it. Okay. Well, the SOM rule doesn't have that modifier. The SOM rule is the last 12 months of unemployment. And if the difference between the low and the high during this 12 months is 0.5, you're in a recession. Lag time between SOM roll recession and big SPX downs. You can look at it historically. I'd imagine they're very close. I could probably overlay it. I just don't want to fuck with Fred right now. This situation is so different. No, it's not. The old definition of so many things do not apply. Yeah, they do. We're in an economic reorganization with potentially mild recession. We're in a slow burn financial crisis that has no resolution in sight. 。 in a system with far too much M2 money supply and far too much velocity on that money supply. Why is Upstart pumping so hard? It probably cleared the $30 calls again. It's going to keep doing this. Any day that NASDAQ goes up and those calls are still there, it's going to keep fucking bouncing around. Up 10%, down 10%, up 10, up 10, down 10, up 10, down 10. Until NASDAQ goes down for a couple days in a row. You can play it. I have been. I don't like economists. They're like philosophers with calculators. The crisis is burning slower than any blunt ever rolled in the history of man. It's arguably much faster than any previous financial crisis. Except those were harder to realize in real time. Thoughts on HCP? I sold my position on Monday. If it drops back into my buy range, I'll buy back in. Does this look like consolidation before downs? I mean, we found support at the 280 level again, which isn't great given how hard VIX spiked, right? It's about, about where we were previously. 1 second. I guess there was a little bit of slippage in the variance, but not much. My mic was not hot. What's the deal with Upstart, though? Is it shorts? Can't seem to keep it under 25. I mean, it's just shorting volatility over and over again, right? They short volatility, it drops, they close their cover calls, or their naked calls. It moves back up. They sell them again. It's very profitable. And I've been selling cover calls at 30 when it moves above it, and it's nice. I'm already seeing the argument being made that the SOM rule doesn't apply if you ignore California's numbers. Okay, stop reading fucking faux economist tweets, okay, Sam Jones? Yeah, if you remove all the data, then everything's perfect. I don't want to talk about what's there to talk about UFOs. If you want to talk about betting on UFOs, go to Wall Street Bets. Also, stop typing in caps or I'm going to mute you again. If JPOW skips rate hikes but says he's laying down the hammer on QT, this SPX stalled put strategy ends, right? Yeah, the liquidity would dry up. If the Fed slams close the discount window, there's no more money to play with. UFOs killed Roanoke? That's not what you told me last time. You said it was the mushrooms. Unintelligent financial options? I am expert. What's the discount window you speak of? They're the short-term Fed short-term lending facilities. I got into $1 leap CCs on UFO. I was dumb, I admit it. All right. Not like SPCE or Amazon or Tesla. Forever grateful I found you in the Discord. The general public really don't know what's going to hit them. It's sad to think about. It always is. So if you make a lot of money on it, do something good with it. The opening scene in Diablo 4 is wild. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. The discount window is always open, but if they jack rates on it, no one's going to turn to it to get liquidity, right? And it's always partially, part of the money lent out is always consistently rolling over, right? They can close it. It reduces the amount of emergency funding available to banks, and leads to a liquidity crunch. But it's been closed in the past, temporarily and permanently. Well, as permanent as anything gets with the government. Quantitative economic models are far more accurate than qualitative ones. Are we just gonna sit here and ignore that initial claims jumped by 12% this morning? I'm not. I'm my body is ready for my 6-week recession, dork. Do you mind just explaining sharing what expiry you sold your GME cover calls for today, tomorrow, and next Friday? The ones for next Friday, I'll probably pull back at the beginning of next week before the shareholders meeting. We went from SPY 4200 to SPY 430 or 420 to 430 flow kala. The effect is the same. Are you talking about when we went from 4200 to 4000? And then they pumped it again? There's no way that doesn't scare bulls in some capacity. I mean, all the bullish positionings like expires in the next 3 weeks. I think they're more scared of their own positions than they are of the economic data. Because the risk there is far more center stage. This range lock is so boring. There's not a lot of downside unless we fall below 4280. I'm stepping back from the options market on this one in terms of my perspective. What do you mean? Do we need to see another rate hike for some nice prices on Upstart? No, I don't think so. It's short interest on its building. I mean, they're shorting it. Obviously, another rate hike would add more uncertainty, and that could cause people to sell. Would be willing to break down this discount window you talk of? Oh my god, do you not know how to use fucking Google? It seems like everyone has slightly different understandings of the mechanics. What do you mean? It's short-term loans provided to depository institutions from a central bank. They're usually collateralized. Not always. In terms of asset portfolio management, I see. So you're going to cash? Someone once told me going to cash is for quitters. I had it correct earlier. Thanks for answering. No problem. How did Yellen's little existential fundraiser go? I think they got fuck. Atomic sent it to me. Do I still have it open? No. let's see, they got $55 billion and $46 billion. So 99. No, 101. Sorry, yeah, 101. I'm confused how the upstart cover calls you've been selling at 30 don't get assigned here. I buy them back when we go under 30. We've done it like 4 times now. Why do they get assigned? I'm, there's like 300 likes, 350. Smooth. So between SLD, Juice Caboose, and FOMC for next week, we're almost certainly hitting 4,400, right? You know it. I sold 35s and 37s for next week. Okay. But I'm so confused why you think I would be assigned on in the money ones. I mean, your chance of assignment selling like $1 or $2 in the money on 14 DTE overnight is not very high. I mean, I guess I could get assigned on them, but if I get assigned on them at 30, that's awesome, right? My cost basis on their shares is like $13.60. If you didn't have shares, would you be trading these swings? Probably not. Yeah, I don't like the range enough to play calls and puts. I've been buying like longer dated puts. I bought a few short dated ones to see if it dipped again, but it didn't. But yeah, I mean, I've been buying some longer dated puts above 30, like July 21. I've been buying like 32 and $30 puts. Any interesting data tomorrow? Not really. I think tomorrow's pretty empty on the data side. I think there's an agricultural demand, supply and demand report in the morning, and then rig counts. So you could see that like last little move up on, or another move up on oil tomorrow. I don't think oil is going to move much higher than 75 a barrel unless the Saudis actually start cutting supply. So just threatening to. Yeah, DDS is just running. I've had $21 cover calls out for weeks underwater on GME. Up till AM from expiry with no assignment. Is that what you're trying to say? I'm filling in a few blanks in your sentence there. Fubo acquisition? That'd be cool. We're staying this shitty high piece of shit range until next week, aren't we? Fuck my life. Maybe. And they'll have to keep it pumped tomorrow, and they're barely keeping their calls in the money today. They let their position slip at the end of day yesterday. It could slip again today. There's a lot of out of money calls that the market maker is going to start selling off the hedge on in the next hour and a half. Can I have a moment of sanity and ask what this DDS nonsense has been about? Where did it originate? Okay, so Chief Queef asked me what I was looking at buying. And I sent him a chart of DDS with no explanation. And that's where it started in the GME channel. Yeah, I cut off the ticker symbol. That's when I bought DDS. Oh my god. Classic. It's done well since then. Unban me, Gorky. Hmm. I'll think about it. Would a 1 DT SPX call spread make sense given your latest update? Or better to wait till pre-market tomorrow? Or what range are you thinking of selling a call spread in? What's your thesis? Are you just selling one? Or do you have a little bit more analytical approach? Shut the fuck up, Pie Buller Bear. I'm never unbanning your alternate account. I don't need you trolling me on 2 accounts. I hate YouTube chat. Yeah. So DDS is up 27% since then. Should have bought more. I bought enough. It's fucking expensive as shit. How can any fund seriously consider pushing above the JPM collar as a viable strat? Well, if they can get the price of SPX above the collar, then JPM starts buying futures to hedge the collar, right? So it's actually very advantageous because then you get support to the long side. BlackRock owns 14 million shares of Fubo. I know. What's your point? So did me and Atomic. I'm just kidding. But it's ridiculous. Enough financial questions for the day. Time for some real hard hitting questions. Would you rather spend a week locked in a room with the pickle jar or a week trapped in a room with Tom Lee? Fuck. So many variables in that equation. What are the accommodations like? Is it just one room? Is there a bathroom? Does everyone have to share the bathroom? Do I get a private bathroom? Do me and Tom Lee each have our own bathrooms? Is it equipped with a bidet? What's the food situation like? And will there be drinks? That's like a really long time to hang out in a sausage fest, but both options are a sausage fest. It's just a big toilet. I felt like I got called away on some Fubo covered calls. Yawn. 150s? I got assigned in a couple of them for the 16th. Although I think if I buy back now, I'm still profitable because I sold them. I sold them when we were trading at 2. I don't think it's enough shares that I really care right now. Snacks provided by Wendy's? I don't want to go anywhere where I have to spend a week eating Wendy's. You're really hung up on this discount window thing. Is this because you're Canadian? And the discount window is open at the Fed's discretion, right? The discount window got flooded when the banks failed because they offered up a bunch of liquidity to the banks at the cost of their hold to maturity collateral. But the window has been closing, which means that the short term loans provided are moving towards expiration, right? Such a trader mentality, prodding for and tallying up the options of the dilemma and the trade offs. It's a rough situation to be stuck in for a week. Whole pickle jar or Patton Oswald. Patton Oswald. I bet you I could get him to confess in a day. If I get him to confess in a day, can I get out of there? GME 1830 PT. Okay. 4270 is the worst. But it was so good yesterday. I didn't get to short the top. It's all the top. NASDAQ's losing some ground. The discount window is a lending facility, AJ. It allows institutions to borrow short-term liquidity from the Fed. So it meets the goal of providing liquidity, right? It helps with stability, like we saw with the banking crisis. It has some like influence over short-term lending rates. And I guess in really extreme cases, it could be used to ensure that banks meet like minimum compliance requirements. It's usually considered a like a last resort lending facility because you know a heavy lending through the discount window is generally a sign of financial instability. Big push coming, or just a repeat of the earlier push? Kind of looks about the same. Mm. The 4280 level's a little weaker on this one. So maybe a lower high. Bigger chance of failure here. Maybe. We'll see how much they keep selling short. Are you talking about how the rate for the lending facility is determined? Through the monetary policy or whatever backstop is in place. So, like the lending facility open to the banks during the SVB failure, is it a premium to the Fed's discount rate? Right. So there's an additional premium for using the discount window. Why is this? I mean, I'm all about finding out more, but why is this the thing you're obsessing about? Its relevance to you as an investor is minimal. Case for not returning to gamma neutral. They get it above the JPM collar. And define a level of long support that's more entrenched. No, the calls are not very profitable. That's because the big pump in the calls comes with a big drop in volatility. And there's not a lot of range on the pumps, right? Like that, you know, this is actually like a pretty this is a pretty big drop on VIX, right? That's a 11 basis point drop for Uh, 8 basis point move. If you go in the money, they're good. But that, yeah, if you remain out of the money on the call, they don't make a lot of money. The profitability is really low, and also calls are expensive, so the upfront cost is high. I still haven't read it. What's wild about it is that it's one topic that is easily Googleable, and it's defined online very clearly. I'm more curious what it means to close the discount window. This is just referring to the availability of short-term loans versus the two different yields converging on the same value. Yes, it's the availability of capital being lent within the discount window. So the Fed can pull back the availability of short-term liquidity. Why isn't JPM blowing up sold puts? They don't have really any reason to do anything, at least within the confines of their hedged equity funds. They just kind of just sit there. That's what they're designed to do. No, JPM's not going to roll their collar. That's very unlikely. The only way they'll roll their collar early is if we fall through the bottom of it. And if we fall through the bottom of it and they roll it to 5% from spot, that's going to lower the trading range of SPX significantly, right? Because if we fall through the JPM collar from where we're trading right now, and they close the long put position, right? That's 38.85. So that means they'll sell calls. Well, they'll sell the calls between 4,000 and 4080. So it would reset us to like end of December. So like these levels. That's basically a crash from here. Well, if we hit that, right, that's it's 9.5%. It's not a crash. It's a correction. But if we hit the collar, that's a lot of puts going in the money. So it would probably not just hit it. It would probably drive much lower. Like it did back in October. VIX recovering from that last dump. Yeah, VIX is gonna. Well, I mean, VIX is gonna get more touchy, right? Diamond is in China trying to boost his social credit score. Probably trying to kickstart their manufacturing so his calls print. I was out of the money with my calls, sold in the consolidation right before the pump, and even though I expected it to hit this area, held my ES cons, but not SPX calls. Okay. Is there a higher range we can shift to in the near future? Or is this zero DTE strategy screaming collapse? I think it's already pretty overextended. Um, I think it's been overextended now for, well, since last week. So yeah, I think it's going to collapse at a minimum to gamma neutral, possibly more. We could have a continuation, right? But they've been pushing these positions really really hard since like the 24th, with only a small pullback below gamma neutral. Like we only pulled back under gamma neutral for like one day, right? It was like that big overnight drop on the, what was it, the 30th. I'd rather eat English food for the rest of my life. Okay, this makes more sense. It's just shutting down the loan facility versus changing the rates on the loan facilities. They could change the rates, but that's not closing it, right? That's just a modification of the effective. Well, I mean, if they hike rates, the rate on the discount window goes up. The Fed's, the discount rate would rise. But that has nothing to do with closing the facility. They can discourage participation in an active facility by adding premiums to the rate, or increase their benefit from holding the facility open and providing liquidity, like they did with the bank collapse, right? Because it's a premium to the discount rate to use that backstop facility. It's like the banking equivalent of a payday loan. And some of all of this pumping probably has a lot to do with that, right? Like a lot of liquidity was pumped in on the bank collapse, and that's when the market first drove up to like the 4,200 level, right? And then that premium that these banks are paying is being offset by the fact that the market is higher. So they're using broadly, a lot of liquidity is being used to keep the market in a higher range, and I'm sure that there's no small part of that has to do with that premium that is attached to the cost of using the backstop. If CPI came in a bit cooler, would that change any Fed outlook? I mean, it could encourage them to pause. Although, I mean, core CPI isn't cooling right now. A cheaper, more stable tool to capitalize on the return would be SPY 422p for next week. Like a drop back to gamma neutral? I'd probably want more theta if you're going that far out of the money, right? That's like not a lot of theta and far out of the money. Like you're right at the fast gamma level, right? So the front weighted gamma neutral at 422. You're only a few dollars away, right? and you don't have a lot of theta, so you're gonna have a shitload of decay, especially over the weekend. Can you show us the tips on Upstart? Yeah. So they're still getting a lot of liquidity uh out of IJH, but there's covering going on bots, and a little bit, not as much covering going on the underlying. So this is probably like the collapse of sold calls on this morning's move up, right? And then they're still shorting through IJH. And then bots is, you got fucking Nvidia running. So every time Nvidia runs, they have to cover short positions on bots. The tie between Nvidia and Upstart is getting kind of interesting actually. There's a very high correlation in their price movements right now because of that shared ETF. And because Nvidia is so heavily weighted in it, right? Like Nvidia is like 85% of AI at this point. Did you see that Upstart has gone up 100% in a month? I'm aware. I own it. I've been buying it since last year, last November. Maybe was it before that? Was it August or November? I can't remember. I wish you would have told us. Oh yeah, all the DD I wrote and the channels that I started about it, and I totally whoops. Is there a T plus 2 for negative price movements? There could be, yeah. It depends on how many puts carry through that are in the money. I think some puts on GME took profit today. Probably a decent number of them this morning. Why are you stating blatantly obvious things? Penance. I'm so glad we're now in a stable credit environment and Upstart's value is starting to show. We're not in a stable credit environment. Upstart's just excessively shorted. Could Nvidia be volatility shorted? I mean, they are, yes. Their IV's down quite a bit, even historically low. Have you been watching the options positions on it? As every other day, they just sell a bunch of like at and in the money cover calls, and then it drops, and they buy them all back, and it rockets up again. IV spikes, and then they sell them again. They were doing it back when it was trading at 230, and now they're doing the same shit, but at 380, 390. Do you see them pushing past the collar? Not right now. Seems like they don't have enough steam. Yeah. And not for lack of trying. The big thing about the collar isn't really just the collar itself, right? It's that other participants do the same thing that I like do with bear call spreads, right? Which is I use the sold positioning to defend my sold positioning, right? So everyone just piles into sold calls relative to the level of the JPM collar, right? So it's not just JPM then defending that level, and it's not, and then the level, expands as well. Because people will be like, okay, well, I'll sell a 43.10, 43.20 spread because on the upside of my on the top end of my spread, the JPM collar is going to defend it, right? And and if it gets rejected, it'll fall below the bottom of my spread, right? And then people, more and more and more people keep doing that because it's there, right? Like immobile, it just sits there like a rock. If we break 43.30, are we in a bull market? I mean, I think technically we're in a bull market if we close above 42. Was it 42.98 or something like that? No mayo around my grilled cheese. Hey Gurk, do I have to kick in the nards to get this market to go down? But seriously, thanks for your knowledge. We're all waiting for the same shit. Well, most of us, I would assume. Herd mentality with JPM leading the group. Yeah. But because of that, the JPM's position, and it's probably the reason they disclose it, is very, very well defended, right? Because now you've got your 50,000 contracts from JPM sold, right? But you also have every other participant in the market selling contracts within $20 of either side of the collar. You guys remember when we tried to break through the collar back when it was at like 40.80? And or 40.65, and we just kept slamming into it over and over again and falling back to like 4,000. This is back when I was still bullish. Well, it was awesome to play that range. It can be very, very well defended. And then those relative ranges also become sold across the whole market, right? So people are going to sell, calls on Apple at, 180, 185. They're going to sell calls on Nvidia at the upper range. They're going to sell, calls on Tesla, calls on Microsoft, calls on Google. Like, so you just across the entire market, you just get a wall of sold calls that are all hung on that one position. And so JPM's collars really, especially because the market's so illiquid, define our trading ranges to the up and the downside. To an extent, yeah. No, I don't think we've closed above it yet. You think August 18, 39.50 puts are a safe bet? I mean, they're not safe. There's no such thing as a safe position when you're just buying directional options. They're exposed to all the same risk that all directional options are, right? Which is, theta decay and lack of delta improvement. Or lack of delta improvement relative to theta decay. It's very, very, very far out of the money. No, buying super far out of the money puts is not ever safe. Can it be profitable? Yes. Is it safe? No. You're a big guy. How far could you toss a little person? Say 6 feet? Wait, the other person's 6 feet? How small of a person are we talking about? I don't know. Not as far as I could punt a cat, but we already went through that. What's the most feasible worst case scenario for next week for your trading strategy? Hmm. My worst case scenario would be SPX moving above 4350 and VIX going below 11. Yeah, if that happened, I'd lose, I don't know, like 380,000, 360, $380,000. Although, I guess that would depend on how big of a straddle I took going into the weekend. If I went like 50 contracts on either side, I could probably reduce the extent of those losses decently. Why are we punting cats? It was a complete hypothetical, Gen Gen. There's no cats were harmed in the making of the theory. Where was the JPM collar in 2020, 2021? Did the top end keep getting busted? Yeah, I think so. I mean, you got a highly liquid market, right? So the JPM collars are less relevant, but I'm not sure they were all in place back then either. What would that loss be as a percentage of your AUM? None of your fucking business. I still can't believe how far you think you can punt a cat. What class are you playing in D4? I started a barb last night. I have sorcerer and the shitty one. Oh, what's it called? I can't remember the name of it. Druid. Oh, Druid. Juice Caboose. I've Smooth Ape. If you think back, I've told you my maximum positional allocation before. So you could theoretically reverse engineer my total assets under management. If only you could remember the exact ratios. My wife came home early and caught me watching the stream. I can't believe I let her see your ruggedly handsome face a mere week before she's heading to New York City. Don't worry, Carl's wife's heading over to visiting New York this week as well. So you- are all good. Okay, let's talk important numbers. How much do you bench? I haven't done a bench press in roughly 6 years. And the last time I did one, I was in way better shape than I am now. So I have no idea. No, not 350. Oops, I did it again. I broke up a home. Ah, Rims and Tims. How could you? Home wrecker. I'm talking about you. What did I do? Wait, have you tried fucking the new guy's wife? I'm talking about you inviting wives to New York. I didn't invite anyone anywhere. Don't put this on me. Kirk's asset under management is 8.59 trillion. Going back to your NVIDIA, sell cover calls at the beginning of the day, rockets up at the end. So it's not the case because the chart keeps the chart going pretty much up all day, or just market went against them. They generally sell the cover. They start selling the cover calls after they pull them back throughout the rest of the day. So look at the price action day to day, right? And they've been doing it. They've been doing it ever since earnings. But here, I'll go to a lower time frame. So they're basically just selling the shit out of calls at the peak and spreads too, right? And then they pull them back, and that pushes it up. Then they open them again. It pushes it down. They pull them back. It pushes it up. Open them again. Pushes it down, right? They've just been doing this over and over. But every time they close them, it moves up like into the next morning. See? I think they did it here too, but it was like less of a move. And that's kind of making like the like delta exposure on Nvidia kind of go like this throughout the whole like time series. It was 100% coincidence that my wife is visiting Girk. What do you think about 40% ROI in real estate for 16 months? Is it guaranteed? I mean, it's not bad. It's like 40% return on margin too, right? If you financed it. 2 days at the nudist colony. What do I sell CSPs on? Everything is too high. You don't? From the guy's letting his wife go to New York City. What an odd time to tour the city during Armageddon with AQI through the roof. Yeah, I wouldn't want to visit here right now. The triangle will break down, right? Right? I mean, the trend is slowly breaking down over time. Carvana's squeezing. Winner puts a pickles pick when the time is ripe. How do you look up what the current range is for the JPM collar? It's at 4320. On the sold calls are at 4320. The bought puts are at 3885, and the sold puts are at was it 32? 32 something? Only 32 and change, I think. 3250. Thank you. Do you know why Carvana is squeezing? Probably covering. There's been a lot of covering going on across over shorted stocks in the last few weeks. Which I feel like only goes to further the thesis that this whole thing is just a big risk off, but we'll see. They gave a bullshit forward guidance today, I believe. Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem, Subway. Yeah, I mean, basically what you're seeing is you're just seeing a lot of volatility shorting at local highs. On days like today, where you get these 3% moves up or greater, it's very advantageous to sell delta and volatility on Nvidia. It's really profitable. That's one of the reasons I haven't lost all my money on the position, is because selling calls on it is very nice. Is 36cc for Upstart 6.9 tomorrow good? I mean, no, the risk reward is terrible. Yeah. Yeah. Eh, it's not great. 36, 41, 45. Let's go 44. It's a 1.2% yield for one day. I don't know. I'm greedier, but it's not the worst thing in the world, I guess. If you want to pick up some spare change, you have about a 20% chance of assignment. My 82-year-old dad is visiting New York City this week. Yankees game was canceled. Told him to stay in. Seems he stayed inside Guantanamera restaurant and drank all night. Nice. Sounds like a good time. I better start researching food stamps in case this is a bullish market. And part-time jobs. Don't forget that the new debt ceiling negotiation came with labor restrictions on food stamp benefits. 1 second. I'll be right back. My food that I ordered 2 hours ago just got here. This is fantastic. Is that guacamole? Put a bit of lime. Boop. Is there ash on it? No. It the restaurant like remade it though because the first driver never showed up. Actually, you know what? There is a little bit of ash on it. I think that might just be from like their kitchen though, not from. It's not. I don't think it's from outdoors. There's like one okay, like tolerable taco place near me. So it's a nice. Can you guys see that? The fucking green disappears on the green screen. It's good shit. But their tacos are like $18 each. It's like $9 a bite. It's actually $3 a bite. Well, if I was in California, these would be like, I don't know, probably like $5 each. They do stupid shit to fancy them up. They're like aged ribeye wagyu asada bullshit. Fucking hipster gastropub terms. But they have the only tolerable taco within 2 miles of me. Yep, these are not made with flank steak, unfortunately. Los Tacos is okay. They're not much cheaper. Nothing halted. Buy zero DT puts with me for the end of day drop. Why does everybody want me to buy options with them? I want to buy a straddle here in a minute at an unfortunately high price. 317. Yeah, there's still time, I guess. Think they might try to gap it up overnight. The same could be true. The same could be said for the downside. There was a second there last night where we almost opened this morning below the sold puts. That would have been cool as hell. Is 77 cents a good credit for a Nvidia spread expiring tomorrow? How wide is the spread? I mean, that's it's a relative. It's relative, right? It depends on a lot of factors. $30? Oh, okay. It wasn't you. Carvana squeezing? I mean, like as much as Upstart. I just had some announcement today. Oh no, it's up a lot more than that. What was their announcement? Upbeat Q2 outlook? The company sees adjusted EBITDA 50 million versus prior view Above 50 million versus prior view, the EBITDA would be positive? That doesn't make any sense. Hold on. Adjusted earnings before tax depreciation more than 50 million. Okay, it expects positive adjusted EBITDA in quarter two. Non-GAAP total gross profit per unit to be more than $6,000. They're gonna do a fucking share offering. That's bullshit. Don't get rugged. Who's gonna do a share offering? I think Carvana is. We'll see. I mean, time will tell if I'm right or not, but MT Newswire. Wall Street Journal reported on it. Carvana only has 8 billion in debt. What would they need the money for anyway? To pad the losses in their inventory when their assets begin to devalue. The price of new and used cars has been declining month over month for like 3 months now. Their inventory turnover is not good enough to match the rate at which they're depreciating. You see Jamie above 23 this month? Could happen, yeah. Not out of the question yet. It hasn't fallen below like gamma neutral or delta neutral yet. Well, supposedly Furlong was laid off like 2 days prior to the shareholders meeting, which really makes me question why they canceled the shareholders meeting at the last minute. There's zero fucking chance they're front ending 6K per copy. Zero. That's why I said they're gonna do a share offering. How does Carvana and all these mail order car business models survive a severe downturn in used car prices? Start your business at the bottom, not the top of the market. Obviously, to finalize their GME America, Teddy, and Bye Bye Baby conglomerate, but at least they're tying up all the sacks of shit together. Yeah, one press release said mutual resignation, the other said terminated. Yeah, they're saying they're going to make $6,000 minimum per unit sold. I think they're about to become. They might be able to meet that, but they're going to become very unprofitable very quickly, right? Because nobody's going to fucking buy those off them. So if they're gonna lock in that rate of profitability on those cars, they're gonna lose business to dealerships all over the place. Maybe they think the dealerships are more underwater than them. It's possible. Big gamble though. And if the markup on used cars across the market is that egregious, people will just buy new. Especially given that you get the lower cost of like finance cost, right? Someone said that it was 2 days in advance that he got or that he resigned. Battle of attrition versus the used car guy on the corner. I mean, that's their whole business model, right? Who wants to fund an indoor laser tag startup using old Bobby locations just called Beyond? Nobody. I'm doing alright. I'm a little pissed that I sold the call side of my straddle so early, but what are you gonna do? Commercial real estate's gonna be so bad. People are gonna beg Spirit of Halloween to stay year round. What do your upstart positions look like? I have July. I have some weekly puts, so not a lot of theta on those. They're pretty much dead though. Unless Upstart drops hard as fuck tomorrow. Let's see. I have July 21, 30 and $32 puts. And I have July 16, $30 calls sold. I think I have like 60 of them sold. What about Tesla? I sold some more bear spreads on it today at 230, 235 for July. Fuck. It really is covered in ash. There's ash all over this shit. Gross. You feel as though the more money you have, the more relaxed you become, the more you miss things. No. I don't really spend a lot of time thinking about it. A drop in a drop to GN. It could happen. It could happen before SLD. I think we're already in the pre-SLD pump. It's more likely to happen during SLD. The real question, I don't think, is so much the drop to gamma neutral. It's the continuation of a drop after that. Like, are we going to drop to gamma neutral and they're just going to turn it around with 0 DTE calls again? Or with the uncertainty out of the way, will there be less speculation? How often has SLD led to downs in the last 6 months? 5 out of 6 times? That's not true. We just didn't drop 200 basis points in April. We dropped 130. And then we fell another 200 the following week. Also, the week after is still SLD. SLD continues until market open on Monday. Luke, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Last month it did not. It did not drop. But that was also like a week after they got their margin haircut and we dropped, right? So it's very possible that all the selling that needed to occur for SLD had already taken place in advance due to the haircut. Even though you love this game, do you have a number where you would stop trading and just buy dividends and waste away? No. There's always something bigger. You buy stocks and you buy options and you buy futures. And then you use other people's money to buy the same shit in greater quantities. And then you can do things like activist investing and swaps. There's always more leverage. I mean, I could retire now probably. It wouldn't be ideal, but I could. I have no desire to do that whatsoever, but not with your rent. I don't know. I found out that my building is rent stabilized because it was built before like fucking 1970 something. So I don't think my landlord can raise my rent. Well, they can, but it's like a fixed amount every like few years. I don't think I'd ever want to spend my life with somebody who is content to travel the world. Lame. It's not that I don't like to travel. I don't like to relax. I don't, well, it's not that I don't like it. I just am incapable of it. And then I get like agitated. Thoughts on Docu? Don't they have earnings coming up? Mm, tonight. I think I need to sell covered calls. Hmm. You've been condescending everyone in here, bringing up whether or not we're heading into a bull market. Now you just casually mention how it's a bull market. If we close above 42.93 on SPX, I didn't say 42.93. I think I said 42.98. Even if we don't, you can't deny that you've been quiet the as to some folks. Quite the ass. Did you learn how to spell? God, use autocorrect like a fucking boomer. Actually, I know boomers who don't rely on autocorrect as much. And what does it matter? Being, if it's in a bull market, which it's not, but if it were, what difference does it make? It doesn't change anything. It's just a psychological hurdle that means absolutely fucking nothing. 2008 and the COVID crash both went into bull markets before they crashed. That's why they call it a return to normal. Would you stop replying to him? He triggers me, P shorts. Bull market equal diamond top. The idea of being in a bull market only matters retail and the bag holders. Yeah. What do you think about Neo earnings tomorrow? Possible pump? You think they'll beat? I don't know. I don't really play earnings. I don't care. Has it not run yet? It's volatility shorted, so it could have covering. Or they miss and it shits the bed. I definitely understand that you can't relax. What's the over under on that pivotal 0.1% unemployment bump coming in? Well, today's data showed a 12% increase in new unemployment applicants. So looking pretty fucking good. I aspire to one day be one of those initial jobless clans. I hope that happens for you, my Corazal. Yellen was saying over 4% is acceptable. Yeah, it's still a recession. Unemployment is just a state of mind. Those people should act more employed. They've got 6 months to start their own Etsy business. Is the next unemployment report in early July? We get unemployment data every week. But yes, the next official unemployment report is in or the unemployment survey is in July. 3.5 weeks from now. I missed the bull market convo. Can you please expound? We're in a technical bull market if the SPX closes above 42.98. I was trying to type out the pronunciation, but you beat me to it. Nice. The SOM rule is any increase in unemployment of 0.5 from the rolling 12-month low. Why is Fidelity charging me $14 on a covered call roll where I netted 80? You might need to negotiate your. I don't know. What country are you in? That sounds expensive. But you might need to negotiate your commissions and your fees if you're trading a lot of options. Last bull market was 0% rates and a money printer. Yeah. It seems like that bull market headline is their goal for today. We'll see. Futures are at 42.98. 4,300 on futures has proved to be a fairly solid resistance today, though. SPX is only at 42.94. Call buying is increasing at 4,300, but not beyond it. So it's likely that, as charm decays, they'll sell out of the in the money calls, and there'll be some slippage here into the end of the day. Probably not a lot. I mean, 285 on the low end. So we're finally getting some real negative unemployment data, but the markets rip anyway. I mean, pumping on zero DTEs isn't really like ripping, right? We're we're still short of yesterday's high by $4, a little more, $5. This is so bullish. Yeah. Super bullish that they need to sell, 42.75 puts in order to drive the price up. Would you mind holding off on market crash until at least open tomorrow when the rest of my cash settles? I don't choose when it does things. $42.75. Yeah. Why are the headlines about Ukraine and Taiwan getting completely ignored? Well, the Taiwan shit is just posturing. And then what about Ukraine is being ignored? Can you play clown music, please? Only above 4,300. Can you pump my Etsy shop? Ukraine launched its counteroffensive, which kind of increases the risk of Russia using a tactical nuke. Does it? I don't think, Russia's done a lot of stupid shit recently, but I don't think they're stupid enough to use a nuclear weapon.
IEP has had a decent rev. What? Bounce the last few days? Yeah, I know. I still have no interest in getting involved in it. I thought Putin wouldn't be dumb enough to launch an invasion during a repository pandemic, but here we are. You gotta drive your economy somehow. War is the easiest way. JPM sold those calls to someone, correct? So if that counterparty knows the market is big fuck, are they dumping their bags onto others? I mean, all of this is just a bunch of bag dumping. Equity outflows are still negative. Money market fund inflows are still positive. Bond inflows are still positive. Money's not driving into stocks, right? It's going into derivatives, but not stocks. A lot of money going into derivatives. Straddle. Oh shit. Here? Ugh. I could give it a couple more minutes. Maybe I'll get like 290, you know? I don't think Putin anticipated a full proxy resistance by the entire world. Of course he did. Closing above the bull market technicals to rally retail assholes into doing the rest of the buying for them. They've already got all the retail assholes doing all the buying. Kramer's been pumping a bull market since January. Everyone's grandparents are all in. Their parents are all in on AI. Their grandparents are all in on fucking mutual funds and ETFs. There's no one waiting till a bull market signal to buy in. They just buy on the golden cross like the rest of the idiots. Does it really take that long? Yeah, fuck yeah. It takes a very long time because you can't drop the price, right? Otherwise you ruin the whole narrative. So prices have to keep going up while you're selling. Up or stagnant. Down's not good. Down's a bad look. And if down happens, it can't persist. It can't go on for enough days to start breeding fear. Because everyone just bought the top, right?
Have you revised your downside on Upstart? If it gets shorted while the index is also going down, like SLD, for example? No, I'm targeting 20 over the next 2 months. Maybe 3. I don't think there's any reason to revise that target. Maybe if the Fed pivots, I would revise it, or pauses. What are the odds you place on a pause versus hike? There's advantages to both. I mean, if they pause, but they have uh, they increase quantitative tightening, then that's probably worse than a hike. If they just hike, I mean, I don't know how much the market actually cares. The hike might actually be the bullish outcome if they were to do it, but they're not really in a position to stop hiking rates. And we've got PCE heating up, we've got core entrenching, we've got headline that's going to go up because oil prices are rising into the summer. So if they don't address inflation more heavily by like August, PPI and headline inflation are going to start rising again. What amount of a hike would crash this piece of shit? I mean, if you did another point like 5 or 0.75, that would scare people. No wording of the dam busting comes through. Thanks, Google. With the dam in the Kherson region. Kherson. Konnichiwa. What? Are we still expecting 4,200 next week? And why exactly again? Current positioning unsustainable. Current positioning weakening. I mean, it's sustainable for a brief period at least. Not supported. That's accurate. Treasury auctions. Possible still default? No, I don't think. I think a default's out of the question because the initial round of sales are going to start settling. So no default, but debt to GDP is climbing, so there could be a downgrade still. It depends on how much they issue. I think if Yellen goes above like 1.4, 1.5 trillion, that could potentially, but that's not going to happen within the next like 45 days. Yeah, the rate hike, SLD, and yeah, like 500 billion in auctions. So $500 billion in capital raise for the Treasury, and then the rate hike and SLD. And the current positioning becoming unsustainable and falling prey to charm, right? I mean, I guess they could always roll out the sold puts. If they hike enough, international economies would start to buckle under the strain. I mean, they already are, right? China's in deep shit if we keep hiking. TGA. Oh, ding ding. Yeah, no bull market. Get fucked, nerds who wanted one. Um, Not the rest of you guys. It's really directed at like 3 people. Um, yeah, what's the TGA? Give me Yellen's balance sheet. It should be up today. I think today's the first settlement day. 77.5. Okay, so it's still stable. Not great. Fucking. What was the high for the day? And the. I mean, what did we start at and what was the high? Open 71.2. Okay, so 4 billion net. Not as good as yesterday. A little bit of a pullback on the rate. So that was yesterday. Open today was 71.50, 577. Oh, so we're net. Okay, so up 6 billion. That's still worse than yesterday, right? I think it is. Okay. So SPX closing the day 42.93.86. VIX 13.66. Huh. Should have been paying attention to that into close, but yeah, it looks like VIX was rising there all the way into close, which is interesting. Why people no take 5% risk free concerning? A little bit. Yeah. I mean, it's mostly the maturities, right? That's why there's no buyers snapping it up. First of all, they've got on RRP for their liquid cash. So normally if you're buying shorter maturities like that, like 4 and 8 weeks, you just put that money in on RRP where it's even more liquid, right? And you're still getting the same rate versus treasury. Like, why would you? I don't see the incentive for buying the shorter dated treasuries except for like ETFs and stuff that need them. There's a few use cases, but for the most part, the big money is going to come in on the longer maturities, and those will have more of an impact on yields. But that's why they're starting with the shorter dated shit first, and then scale. They'll scale up over the next couple weeks, few weeks. So yields for treasuries, you're guaranteed the rate you bought in at for however many years. Yep. I feel like they should have started moving up. They seem fairly stagnant at the moment. They were rising for the last like 3 days straight. Today saw the first significant drawdown across the board in yields, which means people are moving into bonds today, right? That means bond prices are going up, yields are dropping. That's bearish. It's actually it's how do I explain this? So yields rising means that the incentive to move to bonds is greater, right? And then yields dropping means people are actually moving to bonds. Yeah, it's supply demand. Yeah, but I'm trying to explain how. Yeah, US treasuries are very liquid. More money in bonds, less money in equity. Well, there's only so much money, right? There's only so many places you can stuff it. At what point, if you were buying into bonds, would you sell out of them? Well, that depends. Like, if yields go up, your bond value is going to go down, right? But if yields go down, your bond value is going to go up. So that's why that Fed pause is kind of bearish, right? Because that means yields are no longer going to climb higher. So everyone's going to rush in to buy bonds, which is going to drive yields down, right? But bond prices up. I'm really impressed. I'm thankful for all the knowledge shared today. No problem. because the FFR keeps going up, right? Actually, like what this is part of what JPOW did at the last meeting by giving an uncertain outcome for this coming meeting, was that he didn't let anybody know if rates were going to continue up, right, or if they were going to pause. And by doing that, you force a little bit of bond buying, right? Because anybody who wants to get in on those lower prices wants to get in now, especially if they want to speculate on the value of those bonds rising in the future, because if he pauses now, bond prices will spike, right? And that's, so you want to position early for that happening. But if he doesn't, they get burned. So anybody who speculated on bonds since JPOW last spoke, is going to get burned, because bond prices are going to continue to decline while yields go up on a rate hike. And so what he does is he creates uncertainty there. And by creating uncertainty there, he can reduce the amount of speculation in both markets to a degree. It wasn't very successful, mind you. But that's because, a lot of JPOW's ability to instill fear in the market is waning. You can only cry wolf so many times before everyone tells you to go fuck yourself, right? And so the market being at these levels is kind of telling JPOW to go fuck himself. Like, this level of speculation. And so in order to regain that control, he tried uncertainty, it didn't work. To regain that control, he has to instill fear, because he doesn't have a tool to directly drop the value of equities, right? And this is what Volcker eventually, came to realize back in the 80s, was that he needed to scare the markets so badly that they would fall, and inflation could right itself, and we would get price stability. And it was the only really successful drop in inflation the US government's ever had. Ben Bernanke got lucky because the banks were failing, right? So he didn't really have to do a lot to address the surge in inflation. The economy was already failing outside of that, so the Fed didn't have to prompt that failure. The Fed needs to prompt the failure this time. They need to scare the markets. So no one knows what's coming in this meeting, right? You've got leveraged funds to the bear side on futures. You've got longs and discretionary funds and commodities traders pushing equity prices higher and higher, with these insane pumps, right, which are heavily leveraged, and are exposing them to a ton of tail risk. And it's all moving into this coming week, where we hit that critical moment, and then we'll see what the fallout is, right? If you were chairman of the Fed, what would you do? I would have raised interest rates last year above the rate of inflation and held them there. And when the Fed pauses, it means they're going to QT much harder too, right? Because bond prices will go up, which means the Fed can offload their bags. It's beneficial to them. It's just very detrimental to everything else. I feel like he can't pause now because it would cause confusion. I mean, the problem with pausing right now is that inflation is not solved. It's not getting better. Year over year inflation, PPI has been declining, but now core is stabilized and rising. PCE is rising. The only thing that's continuing to decline is headline and PPI. And headline inflation is very volatile, right? And mostly dependent on oil staying cheap. And if the Saudis cut oil production a second time and they drop another, 1.4 million between Saudi Arabia and Iraq, um, oil prices are going to surge again into the highest demand cyclical season for oil, which is summer, right? Um, and so, you're going to have massively increased headline inflation into the latter half of the year. So, yeah, they need to address some shit. They need to raise the value of the dollar to reduce the import cost of oil, more importantly than anything else. And, they need to raise the value of the dollar to keep the American economy ahead of the rest of the world. Don't forget that raising rates isn't just addressing inflation. I tweeted about this like a couple of weeks ago. There's other effects in the global economy from increasing US yields. Not only does it draw more capital to the US, right? And more foreign investors out of other markets, um, but it stabilizes the value of our currency, which, given the political climate across the world, is extremely important. I don't think anyone can argue that. Is there anything that Black Swan event might not be so black anymore? Maybe. It's not a pause, it's a skip. Same shit. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Everybody have a great night. Later.